recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand if you're able. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Morning. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting laws, notice meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meeting in accordance to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meetings will be taken by voice votes. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If a member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphones can be turned off and on using the button on top. Minutes of the April 10th, 2026 meeting were circulated. Any corrections or additions? Can I have a motion to approve? Got a motion and a second. I'll take Mr. Nanny as a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion is approved. Council updates. I'd like to ask the chairs of each of the advisory councils to provide updates on the activity since the last meeting. First is the Business Advisory Council. If not present, the summary can be found in the packet. Community Advisory Council. Name is that. Rural Advisory Council. And finally, Emerging Leaders Advisory Council.
No update.
I'm sorry, what was that?
No update.
Oh, no updates. Thank you, sir. Has anyone signed in to speak today? We have no one signing in. And we'll move on to the next item, which is an executive director's report.
I do not have an executive director's report, but good morning all. I know I didn't get a chance to get around and say hello to everybody, so good morning. And as the chair and I were just discussing, summer's half over, so please enjoy the other half.
Thank you. Presentation discussion items, public affairs quarterly update.
So the quarterly affairs update is usually given by the Director of Public Affairs. Danielle Render had been our Director of Public Affairs. She is no longer with NOACA, and Liz Barlick, who previously was a communications, I don't know what your manager with the Cleveland Department of Water, is the interim. So Liz will give the report. It's very rare to have a lawyer and a communications person all in one, all in one. But we have her.
I'm a jack of all trades. Thank you, Director Glucci. This is like week 2, so I'm going to give you the report to my best, to the best of my ability. And if you have questions, I will try my best to answer them. So this is no action item. It's for presentation and discussion. We bring these to you every meeting as a quarterly update. So I'm going to review, NOACA works on a fiscal year starting July 1. So I'm going to review what happened in the preceding 4th quarter, April, May, June, and then talk about what's coming up in the 1st quarter. So this is just our regular branded messaging that we're always putting out. You'll see on social media mostly, meeting notifications, air quality alerts, notifications regarding project updates, job postings. That's the type of thing that's always going out with whatever we have going on. And then these are our primary campaigns from the fourth quarter. We did a bike count recruitment. So NOACA has a bike count program that operates in May and September. That data helps inform our modeling and our programming. We use volunteers to do it. They are posted at certain locations, strategically identified, and are given instructions about how to count, what to count. And since we rely on volunteers, we're always asking for them. So there was a coordinated effort to push that ask out that ran April to mid-May when the count started. We also brought it to our advisory councils to make sure they were aware of it. It looks like, I just got some numbers actually yesterday. It looks like it was fairly successful. We had the fourth, so we have counts in May and September, and I got data going back to 2021, and it was about the fourth highest number of volunteers we've had. So we'll look to continue that in September, pushing it out on social media, and I believe we did some radio as well. Our Go Ohio Commute Challenge we had in May. I think we had these, we usually have one a quarter. This is where we ask commuters to log their commutes in the Go Ohio Commute platform. And it's a competition where whoever gets the most points based on the type of trips and the number of trips wins a prize. So that was promoted through social media, on our website, and through TV and radio ads. We had a billboard campaign with the theme of Connected Progress. There were 4 or 5 different billboards that we displayed. I think we had one in each county, static and digital billboards in 12 locations that ran mid-April to June, and you might still see them. I think they leave them up if they don't have anything else to put in place, so a little free advertising there. These are the examples. There were 5 different ones. And some other ones we had were Distracted Driving Month was in April. That's a National Safety Council initiative. We ran a week's worth of social media on that with just tips and facts about distracted driving. Air Quality Awareness Week, which is a US EPA initiative, was in May. So again, just tips about air quality, how to sign up for air quality alerts, actions people can take related to helping to improve air quality. And then Infrastructure Week, which we partner with AMPO, the Association of Metropolitan Planning Organizations, on to amplify their messaging. And that was in May. We had several public meetings this quarter. A primary one was on our I-71 Crossroads study. We had a meeting June 23rd at Strongsville Rec Center, 125 participants. And at that meeting, the consultants actually laid out their analysis of the traffic issues and the various improvement options. So I think there were 6 recommended options, and then they were evaluated based on a number of factors. And I think there were 3 that were identified as potential solutions. So they're seeking input on that. Still, if you go to the website, NOACA has a website, NOACA has a page on our website where you can submit feedback. There's a comment form. Our noaca@mpo.noaca.org email address. You can submit comments about that. The presentation, the meeting materials are on the website if you want to review. So that's still in the study is proceeding, but they're still taking feedback about the suggested options. And then our Aerozone Teddy, our Transportation for Economic Development initiative, has had a public meeting in April in Middleburg Heights. And they have set up a virtual public meeting space. So if you go to that link, it's kind of like a 3D rendering of a meeting room. There are project billboards. You can see they have presented a review of 3 future development scenarios for that Aerozone area based on 3 different strategies. So those are laid out there. And again, you can submit feedback on those. So looking to the next quarter, our primary focus is going to be the annual meeting. Put it on your calendars, October 16th at Cleveland Public Auditorium. The theme is the geography of opportunity. So we're working right now to finalize our speakers for that. And we'll be sending out information as soon as we have those identified. And along with our annual meeting is our annual Walter F. Ernfelt Jr. Award. So we're seeking nominations for that. That's presented at the annual meeting. So we're looking for leaders who have made an outstanding regional contribution in the field of transportation, environment, and economic development or infrastructure investment. Those nominations are due August 31st. If you go to that link, there's a explanation of the award and the qualifications. And then I think that there's another link to actually a form where you can submit a nomination. So those, we're seeking those nominations, and then that is presented at our annual meeting in October. And then at least once, sometimes twice a year, we hold some sort of external affairs forum. Usually this is a Zoom type of meeting where we just take a message that we're trying to amplify, get some local experts to present on it. And so we're looking to get one scheduled for fiscal year 2027 and are looking for your feedback on a topic that might be of interest, speakers that you know that might be available. These are 4 suggested topics that came from staff related to the upcoming reauthorization, which of course was the focus of our transportation day, but is continuing to be an important topic. Workforce mobility, especially in a hybrid economy, maximizing the role of economic development districts for federal funding competitiveness, and integrating land use, transportation, and brownfield reuse, especially as we try to amplify our brownfield revolving loan program. So any feedback you have on topics, speakers, dates, we are happy to take. And that is all I have for you.
I do want to say that I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge Danielle's contributions to NOACA, particularly around the terrific work for branding of NOACA, for elevating our presence, for thinking outside of the box in many things that we did. So I do want to acknowledge, although she has moved on, her legacy will live on here at NOACA. And as I told Danielle when she left it better than she found it.
Thank you. Next presentation is Government Affairs Update from Beth.
Good morning. I'm Bev Bertzloff, and I'm Associate Director of Government Affairs for NOACA. I'm going to give a quick run through of on our government affairs work over the last quarter and some things that we'll be working on coming up. And feel free to chime in, interrupt, or ask questions as we go. No action is requested. This is for presentation and discussion. So a quick overview of my presentation. I'll talk about the Basics Act and the status of reauthorization legislation in Congress to reauthorize our surface transportation law. Talk about NOACA's passenger rail initiative and some funding opportunities that are currently available. And then I'll go on to a quick update on a state bill that we've talked about before, House Bill 445. So starting with the federal updates, I'll talk about surface transportation reauthorization. As you all know, we've been governed for the last almost 5 years by the IIJA, otherwise known as the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. That expires this September. There may be an extension if Congress does not reach an agreement on a bill to replace it. This bill governs all of our surface transportation programs, funding, policy. In the Senate, no bill has been released yet. There's not even any draft text or titles. So we haven't seen what the Senate is thinking about. In the House, The main committee with jurisdiction is the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. They did report out a bill to the House floor called the Build America 250 Act. And I'll talk about that in a minute. So House and Senate leaders continue to say they want final passage by the end of September, but it seems very unlikely. They don't have a lot of legislative days on their calendar in the next couple months. So we'll probably get an extension of the IIJA temporarily. So, NOACA has consistently put forth its priorities for reauthorization. We've done that through letters to our members of Congress, to congressional leaders. They're enshrined in our legislative agenda that this committee has a lot of input into. And those priorities are to shift some discretionary funding, not all, some, to formula funding, as long as regions have access to that funding and local governments have access to that funding, without harming the state DOT funding. Stabilize the Highway Trust Fund, inclusive of transit funding. Prioritize asset management over expansion. Fix it first. Safety, sustainability, and multimodalism. Continue funding for passenger rail, and reduce local match requirements that are usually 20% and make it difficult for many communities to access some of these federal dollars. So this committee had expressed support for a resolution for a bill known as the Basics Act. And we then took that to the board at the board's last meeting in June, and they adopted it unanimously. And again, just as a reminder, the Basics Act was put forth by an organization called the LOT Coalition, Local Officials in Transportation. And they're made up of numerous organizations that represent local and regional government, like NARC and AMPO that represent MPOs like us, and then the National League of Cities and NACO that represents the counties. And the goal with the Basics Act, it was to be a marker bill that they hoped would be inserted into whatever final package would be developed for surface transportation reauthorization. And the Basics Act aimed to make sure that local communities, cities, counties, regions continued to have the same level of access to funding that they had in the IIJA. And that if Congress decides to get rid of some of the numerous discretionary grant programs, that funding would move to pots of funding that would be available to local governments working through their MPO to fund their priority projects. So NOACA is on record as supporting this, and we've distributed this resolution to all of our delegation in Washington. I just had a phone call yesterday with a couple of those offices to talk about it, so it makes a difference. Now, here's the good news, sort of, mostly good news, that the principles in that Basics Act were included in this bill that was reported out of the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, the Build America 250 Act. It did include most of the goals that were included in that Basics Act. So that's great progress. Right now, this is the bill that seems to be moving. No guarantee that it will be the final bill that gets enacted and signed into law, but it was approved by the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee on May 22nd. 5-year reauthorization authorizes a little less funding than the IIJA. That was historic in its level of funding. It does maintain access to locals. 22% of the funding in this bill would be available to local governments. So that is consistent with what the Basics Act was asking for. So that's somewhat of a victory among the local government groups. Many rail and transit programs, however, did not do quite as well. They require future appropriations. That means they're subject to the annual appropriations fights that we see every year in Congress. As opposed to back in the IIJA, there was advance appropriations. It was guaranteed funding for rail and transit. We're not seeing that here yet in the Build America 250 Act. So we're asking our delegation if they would, be willing to support amendments that would provide more support and guaranteed funding for transit and passenger rail. This Build America 250 Act does include new fees on electric vehicles to augment, but not completely fix or not fill the gap in the Highway Trust Fund. It's a start, but we believe that that's, there needs to be a balance, and EV owners, obviously should not be paying more than the average owner of a gasoline-powered vehicle. But even so, with these fees, it does not fill the gap in the Highway Trust Fund, whose value has been declining for a long time. It does streamline some environmental reviews and permitting for faster project delivery. So there are some NEPA reforms. Next, I'll move on to NOACA's passenger rail advocacy. We are working to create a coalition to support passenger rail initiatives for improvements to our existing long-distance east-west service, and also to advocate for the 3C and D, the north-south service that's being studied by the state of Ohio, and also the Cleveland-Toledo-Detroit corridor that's also being studied by Ohio. We held a forum here in this room on June 22nd. It was billed as a rail forum for community leaders to bring people together and really see if we could start to build a coalition of support, not just NOACA, but to try to get community leaders, business leaders, and leaders of other organizations that are interested. So we are just starting to put this together. We want to build on this initial forum. We're looking for people and organizations that really would be willing to join us and be part of this initiative. So if you have thoughts on that, if you have ideas, you think of organizations that would be interested. We had a number of speakers from different parts of the country who have improved their passenger rail access and opportunities, and they've seen tremendous return on that investment. Whatever it is that the state or local organizations had to invest, they've seen that come back manyfold in terms of tourism, new businesses locating there, that kind of thing. So they really strongly endorsed what we're trying to do and felt that it would help Northeast Ohio's economy, jobs, tourism. So next steps there are to continue to educate our state legislators about passenger rail at upcoming meetings, to seek out other groups and forums in Northeast Ohio where we can go and make presentations or bring in speakers that are geared toward the business community and the private sector, the nonprofit sector. So in that regard, if you know of an organization that brings speakers in from time to time that you think would benefit from hearing about this, reach out to us, let Grace or me know, and we can schedule someone to attend their meeting and speak about this. We'll be organizing follow-up events and webinars to continue the momentum. We want to connect with allies along those potential rail routes from Cleveland, and we continue to prep for a potential notice of funding opportunity from the Federal Railroad Administration for the program that they have offered called Corridor ID that was created in the IIJA that offers the funding for the initial studies for new or improved routes. Did want to mention another thing that's going on right now. This kind of came up quickly. OMB Office of Management and Budget in Washington has proposed a new rulemaking. It would improve oversight of federal grant making. Many organizations have some concerns about this rule. It's a fairly sweeping proposal that rewrites the federal government's management of federal funding. It will really change how federal transportation funds are awarded, administered, delivered, and used, both formula funds and discretionary grant funds. It creates a great deal of uncertainty for funding recipients. For example, federal agencies could simply revoke funding if they decide that it's not currently in line with administration or agency priorities. It creates a lot of new paperwork requirements that may be difficult for local governments. Comments to the Federal Register can be made, but they're due July 13th, which is next Monday. NOACA is considering submitting some comments, basically asking them to consider some changes that would benefit local and regional governments. So if you're interested, if you want to learn more about that, let me know. I can point you to the proposed rule, and your organization or your community could submit comments, but they are due Monday. A lot of organizations have asked for an extension, but I don't think they've agreed to that yet. So there are some open funding opportunities coming up. I've listed these here. Some are state and some are federal. The Ohio Public Works Commission funding is now available. Each county offers that individually. You can find out more on your county's website if you're interested in that funding. If you go to NOACA's Funding Resources webpage on the NOACA website, we have links to all of those funding opportunities. Just wanted to mention that we talked before about the US EPA had proposed reclassifying Northeast Ohio to attainment for ground level ozone. That has been finalized, and that is now, it's no longer, it's now a final designation. So on the state level, the State House is basically in recess until after the November election. So there won't be much happening over the next couple months, but I did want to talk about this legislation, House Bill 445, introduced by Representative Mike Dovilla in our region and Rep. Brian Stewart in Asheville. And it is designed to impose new regulations on MPOs in Ohio. Prevents any single county from holding a voting majority on an MPO board. It allows the governor to redesignate a county's MPO affiliation, clarifies that MPOs may not issue policies that conflict with state or federal law, and prohibits the chief executive of an MPO from being simultaneously employed outside of Ohio. And we've talked about this, I know, in past meetings. NOACA's concerns are that, so recently an amendment was offered and accepted to this bill that, interestingly, makes it now, it is only applicable to two specific MPOs, which are NOACA and MORPC in Columbus. So it's very selective. And our, concern with that is if this legislation makes sense, why would we only want it to apply to two MPOs rather than all the MPOs across the state? The second concern is that federal law strongly supports population-based MPO representation. There are numerous references in the federal law and regulations that say regions shall consider population when designating seats on their MPO board. Thirdly, the governor really already has authority to redesignate a county upon request, so that provision does not seem necessary. MPOs are currently required to adhere to all federal and state laws and regulations, so that also seems unnecessary. But But most importantly, it really seems to curtail the authority of local elected officials who sit on MPO boards, like all of you, and curtails the authority of those boards to set policies and bylaws and governance rules as they see fit for their region. So there was a proponent hearing on this bill that was held for supporters of the bill on June 3rd. There were 11 written and 2 in-person testimonies supporting the bill. We are still awaiting a date for an opponent hearing, which likely won't happen until after the elections since they're in recess. Just wanted to mention that any and all opponent testimony is welcome, either written and/or in person. NOACA would certainly testify against this bill, and if you or any organizations that you're aware of would be interested, you're welcome to do that, and we'll keep you updated when we learn that an opponent hearing has been scheduled. So as far as next steps, we'll just continue to monitor this for the scheduled hearing dates. We will conduct ongoing outreach to the sponsors of the bill and the proponents to try to sit down and have discussions. We will continue outreach and education to opponents of the bill who may wish to submit testimony for the upcoming hearing whenever that gets scheduled. We will continue coordination with our national organizations like AMPO and NARC, and with OARC, which is our statewide organization of MPOs, which I would like to, I just want to mention, even though the bill was amended to exclude almost all MPOs except for NOACA and MORPC in Columbus, OARC remains committed to opposing this bill. There's still a principle involved here, and they feel strongly about that. So we're happy that OARC will continue to support us on that. We will continue to update the NOACA board, committees, stakeholders, and we're exploring various options to counter this proposal and basically uphold the important role of all MPOs in Ohio. That's all I've got today, so happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, comments?
Mayor.
Kyle?
Yes,
Thank
through,
you.
yes, through the chair, if I could, real quick. As far as trains go and our 3CD and doing, we've got a great place in Elyria. And we also have quite a few people who really like trains in Lorraine County. And we had Big Boy go through there earlier in June. Now, I know it's returning on Monday into Rocky River. And I think that's a place where, it's a bit late in the game to do any kind of promotion, NOACA or anything like that. But people are engaged with that. So I just wanted to bring that up as a point.
Do you know what time it's scheduled to go through Rocky River?
Yeah, that's 1 o'clock arrival. It leaves at 1:30. We had hundreds lining up in Lorraine County to see the train go through.
Thank you.
To the chair, if I can mention, yeah, I saw it when it came through heading east the first time in Lakewood, and it was jam-packed with people. But I do want to mention that our government affairs liaison who works with me, Andrew Bean, is planning to be at that Rocky River Depot event. So this would be a good opportunity for him to promote this and talk to people, but he is planning to be there. But thank you, great suggestion.
Thanks, Sean. Kyle, you had a question?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Bev, thank you very much. On the OMB rule changes, so the National Association of Clean Water Agencies is putting in comments, the sewer district is putting in comments. It has big implications for the state revolving fund. So if you get a federal grant, you have a signed contract with a builder, you could potentially have funding taken when you're already under contract. So it's pretty significant.
We do plan on submitting comments from NOACA, so
Good.
we will do that as well.
Great.
Yeah, and to the chair, if I could just add, there are real implications for agencies, local governments, MPOs. you know, most of our funding, we expend the dollars and get reimbursed. If they cancel and I'm sure you're in the same boat, if they cancel a contract mid, you know, in the middle of its duration, then there are real questions about how those dollars get paid. So,
Anyone else? All right, thanks. Bev?
thank you.
Next, we'll go back to Liz with Advisory Council's review.
Yes, thank you. Good morning again. So we are bringing to you, and I think we have in the past, just touching base again on the advisory councils that report up to the External Affairs Council. So no action requested. This item is for presentation. We have 4 advisory councils that report to the External Affairs Committee, as you'll see on this chart. They're fairly robust, but we still do have lingering issues getting quorum. So I'm gonna just do a quick review of these councils, how they came about, some measures we've taken to improve attendance, and then look for your input on how to continue to make them more robust. So citizen participation is really a key component of NOAC's planning process. It is federally required that we get citizen input and feedback on our planning and programming. We do that a number of ways. We have a public interaction policy, a public participation plan, and then we have our advisory councils. So the business, community, and rural advisory councils were formed in 2015. The business and generally as citizens councils are mentioned in the code, and they were developed after, oh, I misspelled external, after considerable input from the External Affairs Committee and Governance Committee back in 2014, 2015, when NOACA was reevaluating its committee structure. So I think you would remember, I wasn't here, so I'm looking to you, Grace, but there was considerable input and discussion, I think, over at least a year about what these councils could look like and how they would be made up. And then the Emerging Leaders was established in 2020. So all of our committees, subcommittees, and councils have a charter that state purpose, goals, activities. The primary purpose and goals in the charter for the advisory councils is kind of this two-way relationship of providing insight and feedback on NOACA programs and policies relative to the communities they represent, and then promoting awareness of such plans and programs. The membership for each is 15 members, proportional to population. And so then for the rural, like kind of the inverse is true. It is based on the counties that have the largest proportion of rural area. The members are set annually at the January meeting when the board adopts the roster for all membership. It's a 1-year term, and we rely heavily on board members to make recommendations about the individuals that would be best suited to be on these councils. We also get some staff input as well as some just like cold call requests from people, but primarily we lean on you all to identify those people in your community who you are familiar with that would fill these roles best. That kind of is a twofold, that is a boon, but also sometimes can backfire in that people are surprised when they maybe get put on a council or feel like if something in their position has changed that they can't necessarily say no because they've kind of been appointed. So sometimes we have issues where somebody can't participate anymore, but they feel like they have to. So previous efforts that we've taken to kind of boost attendance, in 2023, the meetings were combined into one single meeting. So instead of 4 individual meetings back to back, the business, community, and rural advisory councils were held all together. That was kind of to facilitate some more like cross-sector discussion among the groups. The Emerging Leaders Council would meet afterwards to kind of re-discuss what had been brought up in the meetings. But then just last year, we moved the meeting time, so from in the morning to lunchtime to offer lunch, because food always helps attendance. And then that standalone Emerging Leaders Advisory Council was just absorbed into the business, community, and rural. So all four groups meet at one time. I think it has created some more robust and variety of discussion about the topics we bring to them. We've had greater quorums reached, but still not always and not for all the groups. So some things we're looking at going forward, the councils themselves are going to review the nomination and onboarding processes, their membership structures and their purpose and roles, but also we want to get input from you all about those same things. We had on the agenda for the councils met at the beginning of June. It was a very long agenda and we actually didn't get to this. So it's coming up next at their next meeting to discuss further and in more detail. But wanted to get input from you all about any suggestions or thoughts you have on these strategies. I'm just gonna leave it there. Thank you.
If I can offer something, I think the biggest issue with attendance is that in structuring the membership every year in January, we solicit input from our executive committee members or other board members for folks that can represent on this council and be from their jurisdictions, because we want a wide variety of folks. And in our charter, it lists how many people should be from which counties and the city of Cleveland. I think the initial intent was to have the counties provide input, but not necessarily appoint. And I think this idea of appointment has become a barrier to attendance, because a lot of times people are quote unquote appointed, because it's not really appointed until the board approves it in January. But the members that they have appointed don't really want to participate, don't participate. We've got plenty of examples of folks that were appointed by, executive committee members or board members of NOACA and never came to a meeting for years, but they keep getting appointed. It used to be more of that, the nomination was made, but if you don't have someone that really wants to participate, that NOACA staff could make recommendations for those positions. We sometimes have people that want to participate, but they're from Cuyahoga County or they're from whatever, Lake County, and that sort of confuses the issue of they can or cannot participate because they were or were not nominated by whoever's on the board from that area. And so one of the things that I have been thinking about is I think prior to our restructuring of the board in 2014, 2013, it was a little bit too loose where NOACA staff made all the recommendations, and then the committees were, or the councils were kind of stacked with representatives that were good technicians, which is a good thing, and affiliated with NOACA staff, but not necessarily representing those areas. So maybe a hybrid form that we give our members an opportunity to provide those nominations. But then if they don't have a nomination that, fills out an application, because right now it's just you give us a name and we put you on. And sometimes the member has talked to that person, sometimes they have not. Perhaps they should be required to put in an application, and then we know they want to participate. And if no one from that county or that city or the city of Cleveland or is recognized by the end of the process, that it automatically turns over to, because we have in each of the councils some at-large seats. So maybe those automatically convert to at-large seats, and then we can usually fill them. So that's kind of where my thoughts are, is to get a better commitment from the members who, again, are appointed. And what I've heard directly from members is that sometimes they feel they can't say no to whoever's asking them to do it within their own political structure, but then it's not priority to them. So those are my thoughts and my experience.
Any discussion? Ann?
My question is, functionally, what would change about the engagement with the board and the other committees if these advisory councils weren't here?
What would change is a couple of things. One, this has been recognized by USDOT as a national good practice to have the structure that we have. It was actually highlighted in our quadrennial review a few years ago about, and they've come and observed, and they love the way we have it structured for participation. Again, it is, as Liz noted, a key part of an MPO. An MPO is to have the public participation. So what would change is that we would not have the opportunity to engage so many other organizations and people in the work that we do. They then, we would not have some feedback to share with staff or to share with the other subcommittees and the ultimately the board. It's just part of the work that rolls up. They also are responsible, members of the councils are responsible for communicating about NOACA to their networks. That's one of their functions as well. So it's not only that they come here and give us input, we give them information to take back out into the community. That would not happen. I think the issue is we need better engagement. And I think in terms of participation, attendance, and it's got to be people who really want to participate and not somebody who just happens to live or have an organization that's within a certain county. We definitely want representation across the region, but sometimes you can get that as an at-large as well, or we can help, and maybe we should start earlier to get applications from folks. Right now, the only ones we typically take applications for are the at-large. So in the at-large, we send them applications, they fill it out. In the others that are the county or city seats, they're just named. And so if we start that process earlier and ensure that they want to be part of it, I think that could help.
Any follow-up?
Just a follow up on that, to accomplish the goals of engagement and individuals participating in these committees and sharing information with their network and really extending the reach of NOACA, you really have to have attendance and an engaged group of people. So to your point, I know there are other advisory councils. Liz, could you go back to the slide that shows the whole structure? Do we have the same issues with attendance at the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Council or the Transit Advisory Council?
So we do not have the same problem at BPAC. That one is our most popular council, and everyone who is on there has either been on it for literally decades or fight to get on it. So that one is definitely one of our popular ones, and pretty much everyone who's on that council really wants to be there. Some of it is historical because it was formed during a time when NOACA did not really have a strong participation in the bicycle community or a strong connection. We now do. We have probably spent over $100 million on bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure in the last decade. So I think in some ways it's a great example of what we should be doing better. But in some ways it's also an anomaly. Transit Council is a mandatory participation by the 5 transit systems. So that one is filled. Safety and Operations Council, which again was formed based on a pilot project with USDOT as part of our TISMO grant. That one is a challenge. That one is a challenge. And so I will say the Safety Operations Council and the ones on the right are challenges.
Follow up through the chair. So my thought there is, are there learnings about the other advisory councils that we could consider or think about, like how that communication is flowing or that sense of purpose? I think a lack of participation is almost always a feeling of your participation doesn't matter, or there's nothing happening with your being there. And so I think really clarifying what the purpose of those are would help attract the right individual. And I think that is a prerequisite to the question of how people end up on those advisory councils, is kind of clarifying, look to some of the other examples where if these highly attended advisory councils feel like there's dollars being spent to support their mission, it feels like there's a big difference there between the other sets of these.
And what makes BPAC, again, unique, along with Transit Council, they've been around for decades. And the majority of the people on BPAC or Transit Council are folks that have been appointed as representatives of their political jurisdiction. There are board members on BPAC. There are staff members of boards on BPAC. It is much more considered a working group of NOACA, even though it's a council, but a working group as opposed to an advisory council. So it is a little bit different. But to your point, absolutely. We have had informational and orientation of the committees at different points in time, but I will counter by saying we have many members who just have never come at all. So it's not that they've come here and felt their voices were not heard. It's that they were appointed and have never been here. So those are the folks we need to replace.
Val, you still?
Yeah. Thanks, Mayor. I'll echo everything Annie said. People go to meetings that they want to go to. So I'll just build on that. And then to your points, Grace, I think in the way I approach the world as a regional entity is that the power comes from the communities, from the county commissioners, the mayors, et cetera, because they're the elected components. And so I would never want to get out of step with them. So whoever is appointed, if they're coming from Geauga County or they're coming from Lake County, I would want to make sure that the NOACA member was comfortable with that appointee. So I'll just put that there as my.
Yes, that is absolutely the case at all times.
I think that that's bedrock to how the organization works. And having folks fill out a form, I would not suggest that because I think that that's a barrier.
I'm sorry, say it again.
You talked about an application,
Oh,
folks, I don't think that folks should do that. I think that this should be relationship-based, conversation-based. But again, I mean, Annie hit it precisely. If people feel like they can influence, if they feel like they're getting real meaningful information. And then the last thing I would throw out is the location. I mean, maybe they move around, maybe they're in different places, maybe they're going to see something. I think all these things can bring people to the meetings, but there's a level of creativity, which I know you guys already bring to this, which we could bring more to that.
And those are all great ideas, and we will continue to try and integrate the ideas. But I still have the huge hump of how do I get people nominated to the councils to represent jurisdictions that show up, want to be here, and not just saying yes because they've been asked.
I think it's knowing who those people are in each one of the communities. And if we have someone on the committee who never participates, we just go talk to that person.
No, and I have, and they've said they've never wanted to participate, but they could not say no to their appointing authority.
I'm
It's
sure
just-
you can navigate through it.
Anybody else?
Keep trying.
I'll just circle back and say, you know, I would support Annie's comments about purpose and so forth, and potentially a reset. I'm still relatively new here, so I think some of that in alignment, and then punting back to the appointing agencies, maybe to recenter on what the priorities are and what the purpose is, because I completely agree. People go to meetings that they want to go to, and if they don't see purpose or they don't have a context of why they're participating and what they're doing, they're either going to be ambivalent about it, or they're just going to, you know, so I would say in everything that I've heard, I definitely think there's probably a disconnect with those people on why they're here, or maybe they didn't want to be here, and, you know, the appointing authority should be made aware of that and try to reset with folks that would be willing to be engaged. But the greater purpose is probably the foundation of everything that comes after, in my comment.
Sounds like it. Keep peeling the onion without breaking eggs. Joe?
I agree. Again, you know, people do want to, will show up if they want to be there, but I also agree that there shouldn't be a formal application. But if there's something in writing, either from NOACA to the candidate or to the person that's making the recommendation, that outlines the expectations in a clear way, especially around attendance and what the goal of the committee is, you're starting off by saying, I told you so from the beginning of what we were looking for.
I'm having problems hearing back here.
What's that?
You talking to the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry. What I was saying is that I don't think a lengthy application process is important, but something in writing from NOACA to the candidate and maybe the appointing authority indicating what the criteria of the skill sets that you're looking for, the importance of attendance, and possibly even saying that if they don't show up to 3 meetings in a row, we're going to come back at you and ask you for a different name. So it's still on them to participate. The other thing is, once a member is identified, and you might do this already, but even it could be over the phone, but having an informal orientation process for them to understand truly the goals and connecting them with the staff person that can kind of walk them through and say, I'm going to be your kind of go-to person on staff if you have questions or if you need information prior to meetings, things like that.
Thanks, Joe. Anybody else? John?
One comment on this too, for those that when asked and they say no, that, you know, that they were afraid to tell their appointee no, they probably shouldn't be on the committee. Okay. That's the first thing. The other thing is, I think people that are on these council meetings need to be shown, or at least have a feedback loop of what they have accomplished or what they can accomplish. When you're talking the Bicycle and Pedestrian Council, you mentioned we put back $100 million in this. I mean, that is an accomplishment, and they can see that. I think the other advisory councils need something to show why they're there, you know, what direction they're going to go and what impact they can make. And then when they do make that impact, have it come back to them as a feedback role.
The hand over here.
Hi, Sarah O'Keefe from the city of Cleveland. I think that I really appreciate all the ideas that Joseph just outlined, and would just add like the level of commitment, number of hours. Sometimes that's just helpful. Oh, it's only 3 hours every quarter? Okay.
Good point. Anybody else? All right.
So I think what we can do out of the feedback we've just received is definitely we can put together a fact sheet that would, we always send out the charter to the governance committee or the executive committee members who are appointing so they know what they're appointing to. But we can do better by coming up with a fact sheet that lists a little bit more, such as what is the commitment in terms of hours or some of the other pieces of information. And that will definitely make it more helpful to come up with persons. And I think we probably should start earlier in the year, because I do think some of the problem is we start looking at membership for the following year in October, November timeframe. And often we don't get responses from our appointing authorities until literally the day before they're due, which then suggests that they had to probably reach out, on short notice, or, and so we'll look at ways to get that earlier as well. And maybe even have an informational session on councils long before the, the memos go out about appointments.
Grace, I will forward you, we developed a form for our city boards and commissions to sort of set expectations. You may be able
Yeah,
to
that would be
cherry pick
terrific.
and use that as input in your process.
Thanks, Mayor. All right, go ahead.
One additional idea to share. I wonder if before we go through this process of next year, Grace, what you described with lining up the participation in these advisory councils, if a focus group or a focus discussion with the chairs of each of those councils to get their direct feedback, and maybe like this year's chair and last year's chair, a couple of the most recent chairs, could help guide, this group has feedback because we receive the feedback from these advisory councils, but the people who sit in the seat to chair each of those advisory councils probably has a really good idea of participation, would be more deeply familiar with the charter, the purpose, and help guide and I think draw out some of that, the purpose conversation in a meaningful way before we go about just repeating what we've been doing
Sure.
in the subsequent
I
year.
think that's a great idea. And in fact, we have some in the room today that I would love to hear from in terms of what your thoughts are on the participation. But before you say anything, I do want to acknowledge that the people who do show up to the meetings actively engage, they participate, they provide terrific input, and they're really relevant and helpful to staff who are trying to seek input and provide information to take out. So I don't want to diminish the value and the contributions of those that attend. It's just we have an attendance problem, and it's always the same ones attending.
So I would like to, I think having the roles outlined would definitely help. But it's kind of like going to church. You're talking to the people that go to church. You're not talking to those who don't go to church. So getting those people, so converting to the at-large seats, I think is definitely the way forward to get the people here. And those people that are appointed because of their boss, appointed them, that they should show up, but they don't. I think we need to move on from that. And if they don't show up for like 1 or 2 meetings and don't have an answer, I think we need to move on to find someone that will show up. And I think that's the biggest issue. Because it is the same group of people that you sit next to the same people every meeting. And it's about this number, which once we converted, it was a packed house, but then the numbers dwindled.
Thank you, Chair. That's an interesting comment, and I would agree with that. You got to look at it from a perspective of someone who has assigned someone to do a job. If I appoint someone to represent my organization, and if I get an email or a letter from you or the person where they are supposed to show up, telling me that this person doesn't show up, I would see that as insubordination and embarrassment, and I would take action. I think we need to let the appointing authorities know.
Yeah, we can do a better job of that. We can send, the attendance is always included in packets, but we can certainly specifically draw attention to attendance to those authorities. Thank you.
Just one final thought on that. There is times when your schedule just interferes with
Sure.
the ability to show up. But I also think that it is incumbent on the person on that board to reach out to you to say ahead of time, unfortunately, I won't be able to be there. And the bosses need to know that as well, that, we've had 3 meetings and Joe Schmo didn't show up.
Anybody else? All right. Any reports, updates? Hearing none, any old business? Hearing none. Any new business? Hearing none. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Tom, do I have a second? Kyle, second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Meeting is now adjourned. Our next meeting is Friday, October 9th at 8:30. Got you 20 minutes of your summer back for you.
Thank you. So. Oh, okay.
Who motioned? All in favor? All opposed? All right, next up is Subcommittee, Joe Zimmerman or Cameron Taylor.
Thank you so much. My name is Cameron Taylor. I'm alternate delegate for Joe Simperman, and I serve as Policy and Workforce Specialist at Global Cleveland. I have the meeting minutes for the previous Economic Development Subcommittee meeting, and it featured a presentation by Mr. Ethan Karp from Magnet. Of course, as we all know, manufacturing is a very important region in this area, and he gave a presentation focusing on some of the key challenges affecting manufacturing, including things like technological disruption like AI, the increasing or the continuing impact of tariffs, and other issues that are shaping our economy. We also heard a discussion by Lorain County Community College and about some of their programs. In addition, there was also a status update about the NOACA Vibrant Neo Brownfields Fund, which was deferred to the next meeting, but it was mentioned. And finally, there was a discussion by Mr. Blackshear from the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy and some of their findings.
Does anyone have any questions for him? Cameron? Do we have any one signed in to speak? No one? All right. Next up is Grace, your report.
I have no report other than to say happy 250th and summer's half over. Enjoy the second half.
Thank you, Grace. Next up, any action items from Ed May?
There we go. Thank you. I'm Ed May. I'm presenting item 6A, and this involves the delegation of air quality conformity concurrence in multi-jurisdictional areas. So the action being requested is for this policy committee to recommend to the executive committee that the executive director be delegated for making air quality conformity determinations for plan and tip amendments proposed by Erie Regional Planning Commission and or Akron Metropolitan Area Transportation Studies for placement on the September 2026 Board of Directors agenda. There's been no previous action regarding this item. MPOs, including NOACA, make air quality conformity determinations when they're mending their current tips or adopting new transportation improvement programs or long-range transportation plans. Non-attainment maintenance areas, through a process called transportation conformity, are required to demonstrate that emissions resulting from planned transportation system improvements do not exceed the area's emission budgets. And also, they have to ensure that progress is made toward meeting national ambient air quality standards. So because conformity is determined on a non-attainment maintenance area rather than a sub-area basis, each of the area's planning partners must also approve a conformity finding. So the Cleveland area maintenance area is considered a multi-jurisdictional area for air quality conformity because it covers the counties of Cuyahoga, Geauga, Lake, Lorain, Medina, and then also Portage and Summit County, and a small portion of Ashtabula Township in Ashtabula County. The area includes the planning partners of NOACA, the Erie Regional Planning Commission, or ERPC, and the Akron Metropolitan Transportation Area Study. So This map, or I'm sorry, this slide shows the multi-jurisdictional air quality conformity non-attainment maintenance area for air quality conformity, and that's the one on the left there. And again, this covers the pertinent portions of the counties of Cuyahoga, Geauga, Lake, Lorraine, Medina, Portage, Summit, and a small portion of Ashtabula County. The image on the right shows the various MPO boundaries and the counties within those boundaries. So moving from left to right, the ERPC is in gray, NOACA is in light blue, and AMATS is in beige. When one of the MPOs in this multi-jurisdictional area wants to make an amendment to its plan or tip that includes non-exempt projects or regionally significant projects, all the MPOs in the multi-jurisdictional area have to make a conformity determination on their respective plans or tips. Now, the MPOs that are not amending their plans or tips are considered to be the non-lead MPOs. They can make the necessary conformity determination either by way of a board of directors resolution, and this will involve committee review and recommendation, and it adds time to the process, or by having the NOACA board delegate that authority for making the conformity determination for this type of situation to the executive director. This option would require the MPO board resolution delegating that authority to the executive director. ODOT and FHWA are recommending this option just to ensure that the conformity process moves forward without delay. Again, if we choose to do this option, they do require a board resolution delegating that authority. So pending board approval, pending approval, the NOACA would incorporate this issue in a board to the board for adoption. Pending approval, they would incorporate it into our policies. So with that, I ask for the policy committee to recommend to the executive committee that the executive director be delegated for making the air quality conformity determinations for plan and tip amendments proposed by either Erie Regional Planning Commission and or the Akron Metropolitan Transportation Study for placement on the September 2026 Board of Directors agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have a motion for approval in a second? Any discussion? Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Thomas, Chair Thomas. Will this be consistent then with other MPOs around the state? Is that how they?
I'm going to defer to Mr.
Yeah, yes. Well, I can't speak for the entire state, but I do know that ERPC and AMETS have already implemented this.
So the other communities in the state, or the other MPOs in the state that would have processes would be, say, Columbus or Cincinnati. And we don't know how theirs works, is what I'm hearing from Ed.
But I suspect that at ODOT's urgence that they're all doing this.
So I'm hearing Cincinnati has adopted this.
Okay. So, there you go.
Thank you.
Yes.
Can you provide more information as to the timeline? Like what is the delay that this would, if we don't do this, that it would cause? Like when is ODOT expecting this? Just more information on, if you don't mind, like what
Sure.
is the timeline here?
Well, in our own perspective, for example, AMETS has, they take action every 2 months. They have their policy committee that meets every 2 months. So when they have an amendment that they present to that policy committee and they recommend that, and our process is a little longer, where we're going to, 4 to 5 months before we get to that point. So it's a little tough to align that. And in the event that this, what they're proposing is not impacting our region, we can say that with a high level of comfort and be able to communicate that and pass a resolution stating that. It just makes it a lot faster.
Got it. And
And-
just,
and to be clear, though, we are not asking for this. NOACA is not asking for this. It is the other two agencies that are asking for it. These things rarely happen.
That's true.
I mean, so it's not something that is a regular occurrence. And when they would come to us to ask for these, there's a process by which our board only meets quarterly. Therefore, they're have to wait for our process. If you ask me, is that something that should be able to be tolerated within the system? Yes, but we have been asked by our colleagues to do this, so we are trying to be responsive to our colleagues. Similarly, when we ask them, it takes time. For example, the Brook Park project, we had to do a conformity analysis, and that process took some time. But
Okay.
again, it's not anything that I think is a critical matter on a regular basis. These might come up once a year, once every other year.
Even longer.
okay. Yeah, I think I understand now. Thank you.
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to recommend this item to the executive committee.
Do we have a second? Oh, you have a motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Thank you, Mr. Mays, for the clarification. Grace, thank you as well. Next up is a presentation, Transportation and Safety Communities Initiative.
Good morning. My name is Kessa Turnbull, and I'm the safety planner here at NOACA, and I am here talking about our TESI update. No action is requested. This item is for presentation and discussion, and we've given it to you several times in the last couple of years. Last year, the policy gradually evolved from a general transportation safety fund to a structure with separate planning and implementation components as seen in TLCI. One major revision came after we requested written feedback following the July meeting, when we decided to primarily use a regionally coordinated implementation project to better manage the program and meet the federal funding minimums. Right now, policy development has paused while we work on pilot projects to gather real-world data to better inform the rest of its development, just like we're doing with the Transportation and Economic Development Initiative and the Aerozone Pilot Project. We have pinned down the scopes of our pilot planning studies. Richard Heights will study Richmond from Wilson Mills to Chardon, and North Royalton will study Royalton from York to Ridge. While we're not actively working on implementation projects yet, Palmer has already signed up to be one of our partners for that. We will still need another implementation pilot when the time comes. We refined our Richmond Heights study area to be from where Richmond meets Wilson Mills to the Chardon intersection. The picture on the left is from the Richmond Heights Community Safety Report. As you can see in the dashed circle, this encompasses the second and third ranked segments and all three intersections from the report. Segments and intersections were ranked by expected average annual crash frequency, calculated using AASHTO's Highway Safety Manual predictive formulas. In the image on the right, which shows a much more zoomed-in view of the top-ranked and southernmost intersection, approximately 800 residents will move into the Bell Oaks apartments in the Richmond Town Square area on the eastern side of Richmond near Wilson Mills over the next couple of years. For Royalton Road, we refined the study area to only the portion between York and Ridge Roads. It's just over a mile in length, includes two relatively steep hills, changes its dimensions and speed limits multiple times, and has residential areas to both the north and south. Most of the road is one lane in each direction. Turn lanes are added periodically, particularly at intersections and on downhill approaches. Sidewalk coverage is inconsistent, and there are significant gaps that lead to people walking in the road, particularly near the gas station at the western end of the segment with the arrow. It's not easy to see where this segment is represented in the safety report, but if you look inside the dashed circle, about half of the segment ranks third highest for expected crashes in North Royalton, while the other half ranks below the top 10. To maximize the chances of being awarded HSIP funds, Highway Safety Improvement Funds, the study will consist of existing conditions, which is made up of capacity analysis, nearby destinations and employment centers, transit, active transportation, environmental conditions, and crash analysis. In Richmond Heights, the capacity analysis tasks of volume and turn movement counts and congestion measures were particularly important for Richmond from Highland to Wilson Mills Road due to the new development. Nearby destinations were also emphasized for new and planned developments. Driveways and turn movement conflict analysis were specified for Firestone and Crystal Clear Car Wash. For North Royalton, the speed analysis was emphasized for westbound traffic due to the slope, and intersection analysis was focused on Royalton and Bennett due to it being skewed. For both projects, countermeasures are to be sorted into short, 1 to 4 years, medium, 5 to 20 years, and long, 20+ years terms. Then the countermeasures are to be analyzed for net present value of the project and safety benefits, in addition to developing benefit cost ratios and utilizing these into phased recommendations. A 1-page project summary, including basic project information and a site map, will identify the major crash trends, patterns, and recommended solutions. And with the addition of the completion of the HSIP application and scoring tool, will make up the final deliverables. The report will also contain formal recommendations at specific locations and prioritization for project implementation. $450,000 is available this fiscal year from Surface Transportation Block Grant Planning Funds for all 4 TESI pilots, not just these 2. We will look to issue an RFP for the consultant soon, do any final tweaks that need to be done with the scopes. Later on, we will reach out to communities regarding another implementation pilot project, and we will continue to keep the policy committee up to date on TESI's progress. Are there any questions?
Thank you so much for the presentation. Next up, Ronnie and Molly.
Good morning, Policy Committee members. For the record, Ronnie Blackshear, NOACA staff. This is an overview of the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, or CEDS, policy outcomes and performance measures. No action is requested. This item is for information, and there's no previous action. As you know, the Economic Development Subcommittee provides advice and policy recommendations to the Policy Committee supporting economic growth. The Policy Committee approves the Economic Development Subcommittee's focus areas on an annual basis. The EDS acts as the said strategy committee. It informs NOACA of relevant economic development matters. It provides input and recommendations in NOACA projects planning and prioritization. It also acts as a forum for collaboration supporting regional economic growth. Regarding the CEDS, if you recall back in 2022 when it was initially being put together and subsequently passed, it includes 100+ strategies to provide flexibility to set goals for 17 identified key topic areas. There was no prioritization of those topic areas during the CEDS development. The subcommittee prioritized 8 of those 17 topic areas, and then focused on 3 of the 5 economic development administration, which is the federal government investment priorities, due to the enormity of the type of the amount of data collected just for those 3 topic areas. And I'll get to that in later on in the slide. As far as the SEDS, collection, analysis, and reporting of that data requires initial prioritization of those topic areas. And like I said, with the amount of information that was done, it wasn't done at the time of the development of the SEDS. And that analysis, collection of data points at the SEDS SWOT analysis, which is the strengths, weakness, opportunities, and threat analysis, and those economic development administration investment priorities that I mentioned earlier. The initial prioritization of those 3 out of the 17 does not minimize the importance of the other 14 key topic areas. The EDS prioritized those 8 topic areas. They include the access to broadband, aerospace, NASA Glenn, education, healthcare, housing, innovation and entrepreneurship, manufacturing, and workforce development. On January 30th of this year, the Policy Committee approved the EDS focus areas. Staff presented performance measures of selected key topic areas and identified those in the SEDS at the Economic Development Subcommittee meetings in March 28th, and they were approved at the June 5th Economic Development Subcommittee meeting. And the discussion continues regarding the performance measures and other key topic areas. And as we have put in, applied for economic development district status, we are acting, the subcommittee is actually acting as if we have that status already, because once that status is approved by the federal government, then we have to prove on showing an annual basis that we are doing what we said we're going to do in the SEDS. The next 2 slides outlines the stakeholder opportunities resulting from the data and research partnership that we have with Cleveland State University. Those opportunities include a data-driven decision-making guide to strategic business decisions, which result in informed, objective, and effective choices for our stakeholders, promote community collaboration through regional projects. That's one of the subcommittee focus areas that was approved. It creates a centralized repository of all information, another focus area. Collaboration, you'll hear me say that a lot because we need that in this region. We need everyone to work together. A commitment to regional economic growth, and that database evidence to exhibit regional assets to effectively compete for private and public funding. Another stakeholder opportunity is the data allows stakeholders to monitor performance measures, efficiency, meet project projected outcomes, make timely data-informed adjustments, enable proactive decisions to seize opportunities and mitigate risk. It's an objective implementation and maintenance of the SEDS, performance measures, and the EDS policies. As far as the partnership with the Cleveland State University, it's broken into 2 phases. It's on an annual basis from this past March until August of this year. There's a methodology development that's to define clear research questions, performance measures, and identify required data sources. We've identified performance measures and the subcommittee has passed those, and that's being utilized now. The quantitative and spatial data collection, that's a comprehensive demographic and social economic data by state, region, county. It's going to be at major levels, up at the state level, all the way down to the county level, and even at the census tract level. There's a qualitative data collection, that's a gathering of the why and how of the data, individual histories, perspectives, and cultural consensus. Phase 2 will begin in September and run through February of next year. That's a demographic and socioeconomic impact analysis, trend analysis and forecasting, that SWOT analysis that was mentioned in the SEDS, that's a comparison of data collected to the SEDS SWOT analysis. And then the recommendation development, that's the production of the data or the presentations at the committee, the EDA requirements, the annual reporting, I said, once we become in district. The SEDS update, which we are in the 3rd year now, and 28 is we have to do a major update to the SEDS. And then website production, where that data will be available to all stakeholders and the public. I mentioned earlier about the Economic Development Administration, their investment priorities. And they have 5. That's critical investment, economic recovery, resilience, innovation and entrepreneurship, manufacturing, and workforce. And of those 5, they are in some form or fashion represents one of the 5 of the 17 key topic areas. And the ones you see that's highlighted are the ones that we're focusing on now. And I've said before that the other 14, there's not a lower priority on those, but these are the ones we're looking at due to the enormity of the type of data that's being collected. And this is an ongoing process. The slide is in here to represent what is going on in the region. The Federal Reserve Bank of Cleveland have these Fed Talks, the webinars. And one of the webinars I participated in is where the topic was, where could reshoring manufacturers find workers? The key takeaways from that webinar is that the region needs to build bridges, educational partnerships, which is with high schools, colleges, trade schools, policy support, that's via the workforce training, government tax incentives and funding, and inclusive hiring. And that skill-based evaluation, that is what a person can do. That seminar, webinar mentioned that workers are here. They need to be aligned with the open positions and directed on new career paths. Today's manufacturing jobs involve advanced technologies, comprehensive wages, career progression, and most require no previous manufacturing experience. And then there's a coming replacement wave that's where we're looking at retiring older workers and the need to fill thousands of jobs. And all of this information kind of coincides or makes up what our SEDS speaks of. And that's one of the things that we're looking at, workforce development. Another thing that we've as NOAC has done, and as was mentioned earlier, is the Arizona Transportation and Economic Development Initiative, or TEDI. That study is the Plan Innovation District intended to stimulate regional economic growth through aerospace, advanced manufacturing, and logistics. Some of the study notables from that is addressing barriers and providing a roadmap for innovative, thriving employment hub, and provide an actionable roadmap linking land use and transportation to bring about regional economic development. The Arizona Alliance did a study, and I saw this recently, and it was 3 years. They had 500 plus conversations with local employers. And the question was, what is the #1 feedback we hear? Those companies had indicated, those employers said, we're hiring, but we can't find the right people. And when we do, it's hard to get them to show up consistently or stay long-term. When we look at those 17 key topic areas, we talk about education, we talk about workforce development, we talk about innovation and entrepreneurship. So all this kind of ties in together. And at this point now, I'll turn it over to Molly, but first we have to set up our system so that we can access an external site.
Thank you, Ron.
Through the chair, can I make a comment at this point?
Sure.
Maybe you've seen the CNBC report on the America's top states for business in 2026. It just came out, yesterday, day before. Ohio is ranked #1, and they're ranked #1 in infrastructure. And these are different areas that they're ranked in. Infrastructure, #1. Economy, #9. Workforce, #35. Quality of life, 18. Cost of doing business, 1. Technology and innovation, 10. Business friendliness, 16. Access to capital, 9. Education, 23. cost of living 9. There's a lot of indicators that are very good in this report. The two key that Ronnie just mentioned towards the end, education and workforce. Workforce being 35, there's a lot of work to be done here in the state to increase that. But what can we do in this region are some questions that we have to consider with our economic development here. And I just wanted to make those comments so people can actually look it up themselves. Thank you.
Thanks for sharing that information.
There we go. Sorry. Hello, everyone. My name is Molly Schnoke. I'm the director of the Center for Economic Development at Cleveland State University. We have been contracted by NOACA and through the Economic Development Subcommittee to produce the SEDS measures and data reporting. This morning is a demonstration of one of the variables in the data fields that are being collected and reporting out for SEDS. We are looking this morning at workforce-related data variables. So this is a dashboard demo presentation. Cleveland State University used ArcGIS Story Map as our platform for launching that will eventually become public. As you can see in this initial write-up, we provided language and explanation around EDA's reporting guidelines so that the public would understand those. We provided information on the SEDS itself and its regional priorities. We provided descriptive language and data around other reporting variables in this introduction. And so I will go over some of those that feed into what Ronnie was talking about, potential decision-making and information that this data can provide related to SEDS. So as you can see here, previously reported to the Economic Development Subcommittee were data and variables around population change, growth, and other socioeconomic dynamics in the region. And we provided some of that explanation in this. So as you can see, we provided some population and population growth variables and increase and some detail in this explanation by county. This demo displays workforce priority measures that are identified both in collaboration and agreement with NOACA staff, as well as input from the Economic Development Subcommittee. So labor force participation measures both those employed and those collectively in the unemployment system. It measures the civilian working age population of 16 and over. That is the definition of workforce participation variable. This view shows the 5-county NOACA region covered by SEDS. What we show in this slide series is that labor force participation was slightly outpacing population growth. So overall, in the last 5 years, the 5-county region's population grew by 1.29%. The region saw an increase in labor force participation rate, which ticked up to an overall participation rate of 64.46%, which is an increase of 1.7% from 2019. But population growth by county did not directly correspond to increase in labor force participation rate. As an example, while Medina and Geauga counties' population grew more substantially, their labor forces did not. Medina County labor force grew at 0.09%, and Geauga County saw a decline of 3.14%. Conversely, Lorain increased by 3.12%, Lake by 2.7%, and Geauga County by 1.79%. Lorraine is the only county in our region that saw both labor force increase commensurate with a population growth. That corresponds to a 3.93% growth in its population in the 5-year period and a 3.12% labor force participation rate increase. I'll walk through quickly what you can see in this data. So for each county in this first map, we provide the labor force participation rate in each year examined. So 2019 through 2024, and then we show the 5-year change. Here you can see Medina County's change is flat, where if you click on Lake, you can see its growth change. So in the first map, as we display the county, you can see that in 2024, so comparatively for each county in 2024, Geauga and Lorain County had an overall labor force participation rate of 62% of their working age population. Cuyahoga County has a 65% labor force participation rate, and both Medina and Lorain have a 66 labor force participation rate. So this allows the viewer, when this will go live, to see each year and each year change done by county. The second map in this display shows the 5-county region by census tract. The lighter shading corresponds to higher rates of labor force participation rate by census tract in the region. Across our region, labor force participation rates range from a low of 30% into the high 80s. There are several points that I would like to note for you in this map. The first is that every county has census tracts which correspond to communities where there are significant numbers of residents outside of the labor force. The second is that counties are experiencing different population dynamics that drive these numbers. So I would like to zoom in on Geauga and Cuyahoga County here as an example. This right here is the county border. So overall, Geauga County represents overall as a population less than 5% of the population of the region. So we are talking about smaller population numbers. It borders Cuyahoga County with the largest share of the population. Geauga County over the last 5 years has been experiencing aging in its population. So the share of individuals in older age brackets has been increasing over the last 5 years. In some census tracts of Cuyahoga County, especially in the urban core, we see low labor force participation rates that are likely due both to lower skilled, economic isolated populations, but also with concentration of aging population as well. So here is a census tract in Geauga County with a 2024 labor force participation rate of 59%. And a census tract in the city of Cleveland with a labor force participation rate of 48%. Looking at this map, one cannot singularly assume that the reasons for the low labor force participation rate are exactly the same. Geauga County has a higher median income and lower labor force participation rate, likely due to higher earners and single employed individual in the household, but also aging population dynamics where individuals are on fixed income and no longer in the labor force, versus Cleveland, where you have economically isolated population. So that is something to consider. Another dynamic on the border with Geauga County are the eastern communities of Cuyahoga County, where this map shows lower labor force participation rate, but we know from other data that they have higher median household income. And so again, those dynamics shift, what we would like for folks to understand and how to potentially utilize this data in support of SEDS is that the county is not flat. Dynamics are different even within a county and across borders. So deciding where to deploy and for who workforce programs that may need transportation to certain sites, where the jobs are versus where individuals who are unemployed or underemployed reside are different across our county. But every county in the 5-county SEDS region is experiencing communities within their counties that need to address access to employment and workforce programming. Finally, below, we provide some context overall that shows employment by sector when thinking about where to address labor force participation rate. What should be interesting to note for this group is that 70% or nearly 3/4 of all private employment in the 5-county region is in the service providing sectors such as education and healthcare services. So while many programs, and especially those through the Economic Development Administration, focus on goods producing sectors like manufacturing, Northeast Ohio's overall private employment is concentrated not in those sectors. So if we are trying to get people into the labor force and where jobs are and the total number of jobs in the region, additional focus should be made on the service providing sectors that drive our economy. Thank you.
Do we have any questions for Molly or Ronnie?
There's still some more additional presentations. We're going to switch back over.
Okay, not a problem.
I apologize for the delay. The next steps is to establish priorities measuring the SET's performance and implementation. and it's the key to providing a framework for measuring success and tracking progress regarding the ADS goals. And now, thank you.
I would like to commend the work that has been done by NOACA and Cleveland State. I think the partnership has been really productive.
Thank you, Grace. I agree. Ronnie,
If there's any questions?
do we have any questions? Go ahead, Cameron.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the very insightful presentation. I just wanted to ask a question about some of the priority areas in the SEDS plan that you mentioned, because in our work at Global Cleveland, we work with a lot of international newcomers and delegations, and some of the areas in particular that you mentioned, including aerospace, healthcare, and manufacturing, have been really, really central to the interest that we've gotten from our international partners, whether it's interested in research collaborations and bringing in healthcare companies attracted by the clinic and UH and Metro, or whether it's interest in the aerospace sector, or we just were working with a German engineering company that was in the manufacturing sector. So I wanted to ask, how can an organization that has an international focus like my own, how can we, perhaps assist some of these plans? Because I think that they're so very important for the future of our region. And so I was just kind of curious to hear your thoughts on that.
Sure. As I mentioned earlier, with the 17 key topic areas, the enormity of the type of data that's actually involved in trying to gather this is important. So one of the things that wasn't done initially when the SEDS was developed was the prioritization of which to go after and what to do. As we move forward through the adoption of the SEDS with NOACA and the board, and also the movement and the adoption by EDA, and then starting to look at their investment priorities of what they're kind of focusing on. That's the reason why we've looked at the three that we have. And as I mentioned earlier, is that the other 14 are not subservient to those. They're just as equally important. So as the data is coming in, if there's information, we welcome any we're going to reach out to our stakeholders as far as get the gathering of that type of data, to have that data available as we move forward. So anything that you can do and I can reach out to you, you can call me, just let me know. We can get some data for you as we move forward in the process. This is something that's not short term. This is very long term in the sense that we're talking years in the development, but we had to have a starting point, and with what the EDA is requesting and what their priorities are, that's the reason why we're moving forward with the three. But then again, the other 14 will come into play at some point in some form or fashion during that process.
I would like to add that we recognize the value of Global Cleveland, which is why they are a member of the Economic Development Subcommittee, which is the subcommittee that reports to the policy committee, and of course helps direct the implementation and the maintenance of the SEDS plan.
Thank you so much.
Do we have any other questions for Ronnie? Ronnie, thank you for that report. Next up is Sarah for Community Project Grants, the grant status.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning. My name is Sarah Mulligan. I am the Interim Director of Environmental Planning here at NOACA, and I'm going to be going over the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant, planning grant that we received, and specifically focusing on the opportunities for community-based planning grants. So there is no action requested today. This item is for information only. The board previously acted on this resolution in 2023-020, which supported NOACA's application to the CPRG program and included the funding breakdown you'll see later in this presentation. So today is simply an update on how that work is progressing.
So as a quick recap for newer members, in July 2023, the Cleveland Elyria Metropolitan Statistical Area, which is the same 5 counties as the NOACA region, was awarded a $1 million climate pollution reduction planning grant from the US EPA. NOACA partnered with the city of Cleveland to receive the grant and develop a regional climate action plan. This plan covers greenhouse gas reduction measures across 6 key sectors of the Northeast Ohio economy. The key point today is to discuss the availability of $300,000 of that grant was set aside specifically to support local climate action planning and engagement at the county level. So as a quick update to where we are today, this entire grant builds on existing climate action planning work in the region and had 3 core deliverables listed in sequence on this slide. The first was the Priority Climate Action Plan, or PCAP, which was finalized in March of 2024. It essentially answered the question of what can we do right now? So it's near-term, high-priority, implementation-ready measures. The second was the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan, or CCAP, and that was finalized this past January, and it answers a bigger question of what do we want this region to do over the next 25 years? It sets both near and long-term emission reduction targets for the MSA. The sequencing had a practical benefit. The PCAP gave us a kind of forced early milestones to build momentum and stakeholder engagement, and the emissions inventory to further build the next step plans on. And then the third is the status report. So that's due in June of next year, 2027, and that's at the end of the grant's period of performance. So that'll review the CCAP implementation progress and emissions inventory and modeling. And so now we're really in the implementation and tracking stage. So here's how that additional $300,000, so $600,000 went to the city of Cleveland and Cuyahoga County for the development of the PCAP and CCAP. And then that $300,000 set aside was budgeted to the remaining 4 counties. And the methodology for this is pretty straightforward. Each county's share is proportional to its share of the net regional gas emissions. So that works out roughly to $104,000 for Lorraine, $96,000 for Lake, $70,000 for Medina, and $29,000 for Geauga. So as I said earlier, Cuyahoga is not included on this chart because it was funded separately through the CCAP development project or budget. Eligible projects would be, and these are kind of set at like the national level, they can first expanding community engagement. So building support for the regional CAP, surfacing future emission reduction strategies for the counties. Second could be developing a county relevant plan content, so shaping the parts of the regional climate action plans that matter most locally. So for rural communities, that can mean things like agriculture. And the third is reaching unique local audience. So making sure that the plan delivers benefits to populations specific to these communities and counties, such as migrant populations or Amish communities that are often missed by more conventional outreach measures. And so here's where each county stands today. As we talked, Cleveland or Cuyahoga County is part of that overall regional CCAP and PCAP. So that was funded out of the $600,000 CCAP budget and not part of the $300,000 set aside. Geauga County, that sub-agreement is signed. They're exploring ways and how they can use renewable energies to meet increasing energy demands. Lake County is in a scoping phase with an initial focus on the agricultural sector. Lorraine is also in scoping. They're partnering with the city of Lorraine to advance economic development goals through the lens of climate action planning. And outreach is still ongoing with Medina. We're still in conversations with them to further define their project. So overall trajectory, we have 1 of these signed, 2 in scoping, and 1 in sort of the outreach phase. On financial impact, there is no impact to NOACA's budget. The full $1 million came from the US EPA through the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant, and the county sub-grant agreements are entirely funded within that award. So next steps, we'll be continuing to work with our community partners and refining their sub-grant agreements and getting those signed and implemented.
Thank you, Sarah. Does anyone have any comments or questions for Sarah? Yes.
Hi, good morning. I just wanted to say thank you to Sarah for the transition, and it's been wonderful to work with you in the city of Cleveland. Mayor's Office of Sustainability is continuing to meet with Sarah and her team on this grant as we close out the status report for next year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? No? Okay. Thanks so much, Sarah. Do we have any more reports or updates? Any new business? Any old business? All right, motion for adjournment, please. Do we have a second? All in favor? Thank you all. See you in what, 2 months? 3 months, sorry. Thanks so much.
States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Do I need to read this preamble? Do I need to go through the preamble, you think? Thank you. Yeah, if everybody, as we move along through the meeting, if you can just make sure you speak into the mic and that it's on. Thank you. Okay, the minutes from the April 10th, 2026 meeting. Are there any corrections or additions? Seeing none, I'm gonna make a motion to approve those minutes. Is there a second? Second by Mayor Li. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all those approved, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, that motion carries. Thank you. Subcommittee updates. I think the summaries are found in your packets, but I will just call on, I'm not sure if the chair is in attendance here, Dave Hearn. But if none of those people are in attendance, then the summaries are in the packet, and if anyone has any comments they'd like to make in regards to them. Okay, seeing none. All right, we'll move on to public comment. Has anyone signed in to speak today? No, we have no one that's signed in. Okay, we'll move on to the chair executive director's report. Grace?
No report, just thank you for coming. Summer is halfway over. Enjoy the second half and happy 250th.
All right, thank you, Grace. Move on to the next item is action item, first quarter state fiscal year 2027 project planning reviews, multimodal transit center in Painesville. Ed May, Ed?
Thank you. I'm Ed May, and I am presenting the project planning review for the first quarter of state fiscal year 2027. And the action being requested is for the Planning and Programming Committee to recommend first quarter state fiscal year 2027 project planning review for item 6A, and that is the Lake Tran Multimodal Transit Center in Painesville, to the Executive Committee for consideration of placement on the Board of Directors agenda for September 2026. This item was presented to the Advisory Councils for information and recommended by the Transportation Subcommittee. So the purpose of NOACA's project review process is to assess whether a proposed project helps to achieve NOACA's vision and goals and to make sure the project is consistent with NOACA planning requirements and other oversight agency requirements. The proposed project is being processed in accordance with our process. It's been reviewed by staff, presented to advisory councils, subcommittees, and committees. It's been circulated for intergovernmental review and consultation and is posted on our website for public review and comment. So this slide illustrates our process. Project review evaluates a proposed project in its early planning stages and assesses how it aligns with our plan. We use project review to evaluate these projects and identify any issues or conditions to be addressed prior to amendment to the plan. The action taken at this stage of our process is acknowledging that the project has completed project planning review and has fulfilled staff, board, and public review and demonstrates compliance with NOACA planning requirements. This then enables the project to be amended to our plan, and if, as conditions of approval, if there are any, have been addressed. Ultimately, that project advances to the tip with committed resources for implementation. So we have one project review summary. It's covering multimodal transit center in Painesville. Project is contained in your materials on page 17 with some illustrations on pages 19 through 21. I'll run through this quickly. This slide lists the project. It is sponsored by Lake Tran. It involves constructing a multimodal transit center in downtown Painesville on East Erie Street between Liberty Street and North St. Clair Street. This will replace the Julie A. Cunningham Transfer Center on North St. Clair Street by the Lake County Job and Family Services. Excuse me. The new facility will accommodate the numbers 1, 4, 5, and 9 bus routes, and will have electric bus charging and enhanced passenger amenities such as indoor climatized waiting area, real-time signage,
restrooms, improved pedestrian crossings, and bicycle facilities. The estimated total cost of the project is $20 million, for which Lake Tran was awarded $2 million in Ohio Transit Partnership Program funding. And then currently, there's the $16 million is local funding, but more grant funding is anticipated to be programmed as it is awarded. Then there is a $2 million for project management. So workforce access is the central priority of this investment. As over half of all of Lake Tran's riders, it's about 700 to 720,000 riders, use Lake Tran to get to work. So the new multimodal transit facility will serve as a regional workforce connector, linking residents to high-demand employment centers and supporting Ohio's manufacturing competitiveness. 4 of Lake Tran's 10 local routes, again, the 1, the 4, 5, and 9, will utilize the new transit center, thereby connecting disparate rural and suburban communities with workforce centers, such as the manufacturing clusters located in in Menor and in Painesville. The facility will function as the eastern anchor of Lake Tran's fixed route system, serving riders from Painesville, Madison, Fairport Harbor, and surrounding communities. And it will enhance workforce mobility across municipal boundaries and support Lake Tran's broader economic development strategy. Also, Painesville will be the site of a new stop on Go Bus. This is ODOT's rural intercity bus service designed to connect rural communities with urban centers. Go Bus is administered by Hocking Athens Perry Community Action Program. It's managed in coordination with ODOT and operated by Barron's Bus Lines. And it operates multiple routes across Ohio with hubs in Athens, Columbus, and Toledo. So this gray line is one of 9 routes across Ohio connecting Ashtabula to Toledo. So with 10 stops end to end, the gray line connects multiple northern Ohio counties, including Ashtabula, Lake, Cuyahoga, Lorain, and Lucas. A new transit center in Painesville will provide Go Bus riders with an improved experience, such as safe indoor climate-controlled waiting facilities and public restrooms, as well as access to restaurants and businesses in downtown Painesville and connections with Lake Tran's local bus routes. So the next few slides are some illustrations here. This slide is the site diagram showing the location in downtown Painesville. This is included in your materials on page 19. The next slide here is a rendering of the proposed terminal facility. This is on page 20 of the packet. And lastly is a floor plan of the Painesville terminal. And this is in page 21 of your materials. There is no financial impact to processing a proposed project through project review. Completion of project planning review is a prerequisite for plan and tip amendment. It certifies that the proposed project meets NOACA planning requirements and public involvement requirements, but it does not approve proposed funding for a project or the implementation schedule of the project. So next, NOACA staff would forward any comments from this committee to the project sponsor. This project will be presented to the executive committee for additional review and comment. Pending board approval, the project sponsor will be notified that their project has completed project review, and staff will work with the project sponsor to address any planning issues identified through PPR. So with that, I would like to request the Planning and Programming Committee to recommend first quarter state fiscal year 2027 project planning review for item 6A, the Lake Tran Multimodal Transit Center in Painesville, to the Executive Committee for consideration of placement on the Board of Directors agenda for September 2026.
Okay, thank you, Ed. Appreciate it. Looks like an exciting project. Can I have a motion? So moved by Mayor Gale, seconded by Mayor Ali. Any discussion on the item? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, that motion carries. Thank you. Ed, can we go into the next, the 2027 plan and tip amendment?
Okay, yes. The action being requested is for the Planning and Programming Committee to recommend first quarter state fiscal year 2027 plan and tip amendment to the Executive Committee for items 6B1 through 3, unless individual action is required, for consideration of placement on the Board of Directors agenda for September 2026. These projects have gone through project review, and the amendment has been recommended by the Transportation Subcommittee. This slide illustrates our process, and this highlights the amendment to the plan and tip. The completion of project review establishes the project's eligibility and enables that project to be amended to the plan, which is the 20-year outlook for regional and transportation needs. And the tip is the 4-year program that implements the priorities established in the plan and contains funding commitments for the upcoming 4 years. So prior to the advancement of a project to the tip, all conditions, if any, have been addressed and resources are committed for implementation. An amendment is a revision to the tip that involves a major change to a project included in the tip or plan, such as the addition or removal of a project or project phase, a major change in the project cost, exceeding established change in cost thresholds, a design or scope change, such as a bridge work being added to a resurfacing project or changing from a pavement maintenance to an intersection expansion, or in the case of transit, adding or removing scope activities or an activity line items. So this all requires public review and comment, a redemonstration of fiscal constraint, air quality conformity for non-exempt projects or regionally significant projects, and a board action or a resolution. So the amendments include the project currently going through project review, presented in the previous agenda item, and then 2 projects that are currently programmed in the tip that require a resolution because of a change in the scope or an activity line item and associated funding of one of those projects. And the other project involves a change in cost for that project that exceeds the change in cost threshold. So these projects are contained in your materials on page 24. Let me just go through this. This slide contains the concurrent plan and tip amendment listing the Lake Tram Multimodal Transit Center in downtown Painesville on North St. Clair Street with an estimated total cost of $20 million, and this was covered under project planning review. The tip amendment includes projects currently programmed in the tip. This slide lists 2 transit project amendments involving RTA vehicle replacements. GCRTA is going to be adding $10.6 million in 5339 funding, which provides federal funding for capital projects to replace, rehabilitate, and purchase buses and bus-related equipment. The funding, which was originally identified for electric buses, is now for purchasing 40-foot CNG replacement buses. And this was FTA approved this change in 2025. So this is considered a scope change. And then the other project is a funding cost update for the Metro Health line that exceeds the changing cost threshold. The project total cost is $52 million. And so that requires a formal amendment. So none of these projects are programmed with NOACA funding. So the cost of the proposed project being amended to the tip is $20 million. The total cost of the projects being revised in the tip is $65.3 million. Funding is committed and or planned from non-NOACA funding sources for these projects provided by FTA and administered through ODOT. Pending board approval, the amendments would be incorporated into the statewide tip amendment in October. And with that, I would ask the Planning and Programming Committee to recommend the first quarter state fiscal year 2027 tip amendment to the Executive Committee for items 6B1 through 3, unless individual action is necessary, for consideration of placement on the Board of Directors agenda for September 2026.
Okay, thank you, Ed. Can I have a motion? Motion by the mayor, Mayor Morgan. Seconded by Jamie DeRosa. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, that motion carries. Okay, next item, Ed, item 6C.
Excuse me. All right. Yeah, this presentation covers the tip amendment for the Brook Park infrastructure improvements for the first quarter of state fiscal year 2027. The action being requested is for the Planning and Programming Committee to recommend first quarter state fiscal year 2027 tip amendment to the Executive Committee for item 6C, and that being the public infrastructure improvements in Brook Park, for consideration of placement on the Board of Directors agenda for September 2026. Previous action, the project did complete project planning review and was adopted in Resolution 2026-016. The project was amended to the plan by way of Resolution 2026-026, and the Transportation Subcommittee has recommended this action, this tip amendment action. I'm going to spare you the lesson on the plan and tip amendments. So this slide here lists the roadway project being advanced from the plan to the tip. These are the infrastructure improvements in the city of Brook Park, from Snow Road to Brook Park Road between I-71 and the State Route 237, supporting new mixed-use development and a stadium. It includes modifications to I-71 and Snow Road interchange, a new I-71 ramp bridge, a new perimeter roadway and intersection with Snow Road, pavement removals and access modification to 5 Points Road, additional pavement and pedestrian improvements to Angle Road and Snow Road, and a new pedestrian bridge. The estimated total project cost based on the Stage 2 plan estimates is $106.6 million. This is for $8.3 million for preliminary engineering and environmental, $3.6 million for preliminary engineering detailed design, and then the construction phase is $86.1 million with a construction engineering estimate of $8.6 million. So those two combined just $94.7 million. Brook Park was awarded $35 million from the Transportation Review Advisory Council, and we recently became aware that Brook Park received the maximum award of $25 million from the Better Utilizing Investments to Leverage Development, or better known as the BUILD program. The project being amended to the tip is in your materials on page 28. So on March 13th, the Board of Directors adopted Resolution 2026 approving project planning review for the project, subject to conditions and recommendations. The action was conditional upon further study and development of infrastructure proposals related to communities outside of Brook Park and within the influence area, and also some recommendations regarding parking and pedestrian studies. So Section 2 of that resolution stated that the project sponsor must endeavor to comply with any conditions or recommendations that have occurred as a result of the project review, and will provide evidence of such in coordination with the staff. So NOACA staff will report back to the appropriate NOACA committees and the board regarding this coordination. So the city's consultant provided scope and schedules for the Phase 2 traffic studies to address event traffic congestion at locations that NOACA identified that may experience delays, and offer potential roadway improvements that could mitigate the congestion. The initial concepts of the proposed improvements were also shared with stakeholders that may be affected by the improvements, and these include Berea, Brook Park, Cleveland, Middleburg Heights, and Parma. So this slide shows the specific intersections and interchanges within the influence area that the NOACA staff identified as areas of concern for event traffic congestion. And the city shared this with the, was given this and its consultant to conduct further study. So the locations are numbered 1 through 7 and circled in blue. The sponsor reports that a traffic analysis will be conducted for each of the locations, or has been, either will be or has been, to establish projected levels of service, volume to capacity ratios, and queue lengths for PM weekday event traffic, and make suggested improvements. So the blue circles highlighted with the green squares, that being number 3, Angle Road, number 5, Snow Road, are locations for which the sponsor reported that the study and design were accomplished through the overall project. Number 7, Bagley Road between the I-71 north and south ramps in Millburg Heights. The sponsor reports that that study was recently completed. The other 4 locations shown here are number 1, I-480 at West 150th Street. Number 2, I-480 at West 130th Street. Number 4, State Route 237 at Snow Road. And number 6, State Route 237 at Sheldon Road. These are in progress. Also, the city's consultant indicated that the number of on-site parking spaces decreased. And additionally, the estimated number of off-site parking spaces increased. So the city's consultant provided this revised estimates to the staff to incorporate into NOACA's travel forecasting models at the macro and micro levels. This slide identifies the potential parking locations both on-site and off-site. There's roughly 12 to 13,000 on-site. As you can see in that orange square there, that's 10,500 shown in the orange rectangle. And then 2,000 within Snow Road, I-71, State Route 17, and 237. And then off-site is outside of that, and there's, I won't go through this, but there's about 14,000 spaces spread out around that area. So in accordance with the federal transportation conformity regulations, the planning process determined that the project is regionally significant and as such requires a conformity determination. NOACA conducted the required interagency consultation with the planning partners and performed the required quantitative analysis demonstrating that emissions from the vehicles traveling on the proposed improvement won't cause new air quality violations and won't worsen existing violations and won't delay timely attainment of national ambient air quality standards. So NOACA submitted all this documentation, including the resolution to ODOT, and it's in their hands right now and to forward to FHWA for their review and approval. So the cost of the proposed project being amended to the TIP is $106.6 million. Funding is committed and or planned from non-NOACA funding sources for the project provided by FHWA and administered through ODOT. So pending board approval, the project would be advanced to the plan, from the plan to the TIP, and incorporated into the statewide TIP amendment in October. So with that, I'd like to request the Planning and Programming Committee to recommend first quarter state fiscal year 2027 TIP amendment to the Executive Committee for item 6C, public infrastructure improvements in Brook Park, for consideration of placement on the Board of Directors agenda for September 2026. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ed. Just one question. It sounds like the city has put together roughly $60 million of the funding to date. So that means there's still a gap of another 50 million or so. So the intent is the city is working through that as well as the
right now that gap is the responsibility of the city of Brook Park.
Maybe a better way to say it is there's not a gap. They have pledged that they will pay the remaining amount through local funds, which is why it's eligible to be put on the TIP. If they didn't have the funds, could not be put onto the TIP. So they may still continue to seek funding.
Correct.
On their own. But as far as we are concerned as NOACA, they have pledged local funds for that remainder.
Okay, thanks. And a follow-up question, last week at the larger NOACA meeting, I brought up the question about the phase 2 projects that were going to be looked at. And one project or one area specifically was at the 237 and Brook Park intersection, where basically the westbound traffic from 480 and anything coming up 237 are going to be converging, which is really the front door of the airport. And I had always understood that this was going to be part of this phase 2, and now it seems to have been, maybe I mistakenly assumed this, but I see it's not part of it now, and I'm not sure if anyone can speak to it
Yeah, I'll
in
try to
regards
get,
to
but we also
specifically that intersection.
Well, I can
Ask Derek Taylor to address that point. This is very similar to what you raised at the board meeting.
Yep.
And Derek Taylor, who is our manager of modeling and data integration, as well as a interim director, can answer that question.
Yeah, so that location, we had looked at that back in March at the board meeting. And specifically the northbound exit ramp from 237 to Brook Park Road. We had deemed that a low impact area during events. So meaning most of the traffic on that segment would just be typical day traffic. The event wasn't adding very much extra traffic to that area. And I think the last time you had also asked about Rocky River Drive and Brook Park Road intersection. That was shown in our modeling to not be congested at all. So neither of those locations were identified as areas of concern back in the March board information.
So specifically, the I-480 eastbound exit at Grayton Road is dishing all that traffic onto Brook Park Road. And it's showing low impact. So anybody coming from the east through 480, through Lorraine County, through Sandusky, whatever, it's showing a low impact during an event day.
Yes, yeah. What our definition was anything less than 15% additional like congestion was considered low impact. The event wasn't causing that much additional congestion at that location. It was mostly typical day traffic at Grayton Road, at 237 in Brook Park, and Rocky River Drive. All those were considered just low impact. The other areas that we identified were much higher on event days, impacts due to the event traffic.
Personally, I think this needs to be a little deeper dive taken into this specific intersection just because it is the front door to the airport. So, Councilman Slife.
A couple things. One, maybe for the sake of everybody, it would be worth us having some clarity on the exact location of the municipal line along 237 in here, because I'm under the impression that 237 along the airport is in Brook Park, and then part of Cleveland, kind of like as you come off that exit and you approach Brook Park Road, you are actually in Brook Park at that point. My question to staff, however, was that analysis that you just referred to done before or after the modifications to the on-site parking? Because if we show the slide that shows the off-site parking spots, it's showing the IX Center as having basically 50% of the number of parking spots immediately adjacent to the stadium, 5,760 cars leaving post-event, the overwhelming majority of which I think would come northbound on 237, and then all the westbound 480 traffic towards Lorraine County that the chair just mentioned would need to exit onto Brook Park Road and travel westbound to Grayton and make multiple turns to enter from Grayton Road to 480 to travel west, since there's no direct interchange. I think when the larger number was on site, the assumption was people could be routed out snow and come up 71 and there's that direct entrance. But if 5,760 cars are now coming from the IX Center, they're accessing 480 from an entirely different network.
It's my understanding that the IX Center site is sort of like a backup location. All the like when we totaled up all the parking spots that you see on your map right there, that is well in excess of what they need off-site. And that would also require shuttling people to and from the site. So that I'm not trying to speak for the city or anybody else, but we didn't really take that location into consideration when we were doing our modeling, because all the other numbers handled the off-site parking well in advance, or well in above what was necessary. So we did not model the IX Center as being a major parking location for the event days.
And I guess if I were a certain team owner, so 4,284 spots are not contiguous. I presume that is scattered across multiple properties versus 5,760 spots all contiguous with each other, that an actual busing scenario may be easier because it's easier to negotiate one deal for that many parking spots. So I do think it is worth including and understanding the ramifications if that is activated as a parking spot. And I want to be clear to the audience that the city of Cleveland owns the IX Center, but under the operations agreement, the city of Cleveland has no engagement in the operations of the facility. So it is not up to the city of Cleveland whether or not this facility is used for parking. It is up to the operator per the lease agreement that we have.
Derek, Ed, I would just suggest for future presentations, removing that from the potential parking locations if it was not modeled that way.
Jamie DeRosa?
Just a point of clarification. I'm wondering if the analysis that NOACA did is in place of the analysis that, as I understand it, the city or the team's consultants would be doing for the areas outside of the funded project area, or if the condition that, as I understand it, that NOACA put on the approvals is still in place and will be moving forward.
Correct, but the conditions that NOACA placed, we did the initial study to determine that incremental congestion related to game day traffic and identified those locations that Ed previously shared on the map. And then the City of Brook Park, the Browns, their consultant, are taking an in-depth look at all of these sites to determine more specifically exactly what is happening and what the mitigation plan will be, predominantly related to infrastructure. Some may be operational, but we are mostly looking at infrastructure needs.
Got it. Thank you.
Annie Pease?
To follow up on Councilman Slife's question, was NOACA's traffic analysis done before or after the 2,000 car shift in on-site parking spaces?
It was done both times. And both times showed low impact on that western, the Grayton Road intersection or Grayton Road interchange, the 237 Brook Park interchange. As you move parking away from the site, more people enter in the eastern half of the area. So it actually moves people away from those problem areas that you're discussing right now as the parking gets displaced from the stadium site, less people are using 237 to get to the site.
And another question, are the off-site parking spaces, as you described, east of the new facility, are those formal parking spaces? Are there agreements in place for event goers to use those parking spaces, or are these hypothetical?
I think we should call upon the city to answer that question.
The city's better.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mayor Orcutt, City of Brook Park. Are they in concrete? Not at all. We are working right now on an infrastructure project in the City of Brook Park, which will handle all of our industrial parkways, West 164th, West 161st, West 140th, and West 137th, which of those are all east of the site. Meeting with all the business owners, I will say that verbally, they are telling us they're all in. We're batting 1,000 when it comes to off-site parking. Everybody seems to be excited about this, all the business owners. And for those that are not familiar with the City of Brook Park, back in 1947, a company named Ford came there and everything built up around it. We're a huge industrial town. We have a lot of parking there. And all of the meetings that we have had with our business owners, they are committing to entertainment parking. The reason why nothing is set in stone with agreements is because we have to actually pass some ordinances in the city that have permitting fees. There's going to be rules and regulations to entertainment parking when it comes to refuse and restrooms and things of that nature. So those conversations have been going on now for over a year. We've had a lot of commitment from the business owners, and we're very, very confident that we'll satisfy the numbers needed.
Thank you, Mayor. Any other further comments or questions? Seeing none. Andy Pease?
Thank you. Another question on, so the action today. So this committee would recommend to the executive and the full board that this project be added to the TIP. On the funding side, does the addition to the TIP make this project eligible for additional federal funding that NOACA allocates through the TIP?
Adding to the TIP means that the project can move forward because it has the funding necessary to move it forward. That does not prohibit the sponsor from continuing to seek other funds, including NOACA funds, but they have not asked for any NOACA funds. So NOACA funds are not on the table.
So when a project sponsor would ask for additional funds through TIP allocations, does that come back to this committee or is there a different process?
No, it would come back to NOACA. I mean, it would be quite a big change. Normally, we have small change orders that come to us for increased NOACA funds on projects that we already gave NOACA funds. Those go through a process that ends up at the Finance and Audit Committee. This is something unusual. I don't know that we've ever had a situation where there is a project that we have not funded at all, but required funds after being put in the TIP. I don't recall any situation, but it would have to go through the entire process of asking for NOACA funds. And the only time we provide NOACA funds in any great amount, as what would be sought here, is during our TIP development process, which is every other year. So it would be highly unlikely that they would even have an opportunity to ask us for funds during their timeline.
Any other questions, comments? Can I have a motion? Motion by Mr. Kleiber, second. Mayor Gale. Any other further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next item is 6D, state fiscal year 2026 through 29 statewide transportation performance targets. Rob?
Thank you. I'll be presenting federally required transportation performance targets for the next 4 years. We're recommending you send this item to the executive committee to consider placing the item on the September board agenda. There have been no previous actions on this item, although most of the targets I'm presenting were included in the WENEO 2050 Plus Long Range Plan adopted in June of last year. The exception is the emissions reduction targets, which have been updated with new ODOT targets. Targets are set using an examination of baseline data, strategies for improving performance, constraints on resources for effecting improvement, and forecasting tools. The targets provide both a way of guiding investment decisions and measuring their effectiveness. ODOT provides statewide targets to MPOs, and MPOs may either adopt the statewide targets or create their own based on local context. ODOT must provide statewide and MPO targets to the FHWA in October. In each case where statewide targets were provided, NOACA is proposing to either adopt the statewide target or a slightly relaxed target, owing to the region's existing baseline conditions being a bit below the statewide average. In all cases, the targets adopted in last year's WENEO 2050 Plus plan were within 5% of ODOT's statewide targets. These are the new emissions reduction targets that are based on ODOT's updated numbers, and our proposal is to adopt those targets proportionally based on emissions from this region. There are two targets for which ODOT does not provide statewide targets because they're applicable only to large urban areas. In this case, NOACA examined baseline conditions and trends to determine its own targets for annual hours of peak hour excessive delay per capita and percentage of non-single occupancy vehicle travel. We proposed targets under 10 hours of delay per capita and targets of 18% plus and 18.5% plus for non-SOV travel in 2027 and 2029. Pending board approval, any altered targets would be incorporated into the long-range transportation plan and the TIP. We are recommending these performance targets be sent to the executive committee for placement on the September board agenda.
Thank you, Rob. Can I have a motion to approve? So moved. Second. Mayor Gale. I made the motion. Any other further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those approved? Or those? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is 6E, State Fiscal Year Enhanced Mobility of Seniors and Individuals with Disability Program Recommendations. Lee?
Good afternoon. My name is Leah Telepak, and I will be presenting to you today our recommendations for the enhanced mobility of seniors and individuals with disabilities, or Section 5310 program. So the action requested is for this item to be recommended to the Executive Committee for placement on the September 2026 Board of Directors agenda. And previously, applications were presented to the Transit Council on May 15th and the Transportation Subcommittee on June 12th. Just a brief background on the program. It's an FTA formula funding program based on population that addresses the transportation needs of seniors and individuals with disabilities. NOACA serves as the direct recipient and reimburses subrecipients for eligible capital and operating expenses. Subrecipients selected annually in a competitive application process, and project scores are based on goals in NOACA's coordinated plan. The federal fiscal year 2026 apportionment for this program was about $2.8 million. We did have a little bit of carryover from previous competitive projects of $51,000. So funds available to be programmed for state fiscal year 2027 projects was $2.82 million. At least 55% of that goes to the competitive application budget. And then up to 45% of that goes to the transit budget and program administration. We had applications open from March 13th through April 24th. And then the competitive applications were open a little bit longer through May 1st. We received 28 requests for funding. 4 transit entities submitted their project proposals, and that totaled about $4.4 million. And we had 24 competitive applicants submit from municipalities, nonprofits, for-profits, and social service agencies. And those requests totaled almost $5 million. We evaluated transit agency needs on type of request, demonstration of need, and specialized population served. And then the competitive applications were evaluated against the program criteria of up to 100 points, demonstration of need, agency effectiveness, and coordination. Our recommendations are for 3 transit agency projects of about $897,000. and 15 competitive application requests of about $1.8 million. With 5% for NOACA planning and administration, the total recommendation is $2.82 million. And then outlined in your packet are exactly who those recommended applicants are. We have the 3 recommended transit agencies, Geauga Transit, GCRTA, and Lake Tran. And then also details what their request is, the requested funding, and then the recommended funding. And then we go into the competitive applicants that are recommended. As stated, there are 15 of those, so you can look over those in detail. Again, a mixture of for-profit, nonprofit, and social service agencies. Financial impacts, $2.7 million in FTA funds are available to the Cleveland urbanized area from federal fiscal year 2026 apportionment, with an additional $51,000 available in carryover funds. NOACA will retain the 5%, which is $138,670 for program administration and planning, the $897,000 recommended for transit projects, and then that $1.78 million recommended for the competitive applicant projects. Here's our program timeline. We are currently on July 10th at planning and programming, and then it will go to executive committee and board of directors in September. So we are requesting for these items to be recommended to the executive committee for placement on the September 2026 board of directors agenda. The state fiscal year 2027 section 5310 program recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. I'll make a motion to approve. Second by Mayor Bobst. Any discussion on the matter? Jamie DeRosa?
I'm just curious about the organizations that receive partial funding, how the discussions go to make sure that they can utilize that funding appropriately.
Anytime we recommend partial funding, whether it's in this program or other programs that we sponsor, such as TLCI, we always discuss it with the applicant and ensure that they still would be able to move forward and that the project and the program remains viable.
Mr. Kleiber?
I just had a question. I see Geauga County got a grant for like a little over $7,000. Is that actually worth it when you do all the administrative costs for that little bit of federal money? I mean, we'd all take what we get, but that just seems like you'll do a lot of paperwork to get a very little amount of money.
I believe that goes for operating funds, so there really isn't as much, I'll call it bureaucracy, as there might be for someone who is applying for a grant that is a nonprofit.
And just to add on to that, as Grace mentioned just before, we did specifically speak to them to ensure that it would be, worth that, and they agreed.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. Move on to the next item. The FPA boundary and prescription for Medina County. Sorry, Sarah. Go.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sarah Stanzi, and I'm a Water Quality Planner 2 here at NOACA. And today we are requesting that this item is recommended to the Executive Committee for placement on the September 2026 Board of Directors agenda. The item is the Medina County 5-year Facility Planning Area, or FPA Boundary and Prescription Update. And as for previous action, this item was recommended by the Water Quality Subcommittee on June 12, 2026. So just to give an overview of the Medina County 5-year update, every 5 years on a rotating basis, we review and update the FPA boundaries and prescriptions for each county in the NOACA region. In fiscal year 2026, we reviewed and proposed changes to over 3,600 parcels in Medina County. A vast majority of those updates included transitioning local prescription areas to default prescriptions for clarity and regional consistency. This included 3,320 parcels that we reassigned prescriptions to prevent confusion among NOACA and Ohio EPA staff, especially during permit to install or PTI reviews. And we did this to better reflect current sewer conditions across the county. We also took some time to review and update any text, figures, or tables in our Clean Water 2020 plan that related to the Medina County FPA boundaries and prescriptions. And we worked with every DMA in Medina County to complete this update, and all are in agreement. So this slide summarizes our 5-year update process. We started by reviewing the FPA boundaries and prescriptions internally, and then we worked with the primary DMA for the county's largest FPA, which in this case was the Medina County Sanitary Engineers. We met weekly with them from September through November 2025. And then after we completed that review, we held a DMA roundtable meeting to share the proposed updates and our approach with all of the primary DMAs in Medina County. And then we gave them an opportunity to begin reviewing their own FPA maps. We then met with DMAs as needed, including the City of Rittman, the Village of Lodi, and the City of Wadsworth, and the remaining reviews were completed via email communications. Once we reached agreement on the proposed updates, we distributed draft maps to the primary DMAs and the affected jurisdictions for review, incorporated any feedback we received, and then we finalized the maps. Primary DMAs then signed acknowledgement of map accuracy forms to document their review and agreement with the proposed updates. And now we have compiled all the updates for NOACA board approval. So now just to take a look at some of the updates. Attachment 1, which was included in the packet for today's meeting, shows the current FPA boundaries and prescriptions. So this is what we started with when we began the update. As you can see, there are a lot of local prescription areas throughout the county. Those are shown in red. And then moving on to attachment 2, which shows the proposed FPA boundaries and prescriptions as a result of our update. You can see many of those red areas are now blue, which represents areas where limited sewers are expected within 20 years. Or some of the local prescription areas were also redesignated among the other 4 prescriptions. We also had areas where we just needed to do more standard maintenance and updates to prescriptions. And then we had other areas where we made changes to the FPA boundaries as well. So for our lessons learned, every update is different. After completing 3 countywide updates over the past 2.5 years, we've found that while the outcomes are often similar, the DMAs each require a unique approach, and each helps us move and improve how we adapt and collaborate. Each DMA also brings valuable perspectives. We worked closely with Jeremy Cinco, who gave us a lot of great ideas, like developing a standard operating procedure for tracking FPA changes in between 5-year updates. Mr. Cinco also raised the idea of mapping secondary DMAs, and as we begin our next 5-year update, we are exploring that to help identify affected jurisdictions, clarify stakeholder roles, and improve coordination. And finally, Mr. Cinco shared a potential service area map that helped us transition local prescription areas more accurately. So we recommend this as a useful tool for other DMAs undertaking similar updates. Lastly, we just also wanted to call to your attention some changes in our 5-year update schedule going forward. We will now be working on the Lorain County 5-year update in fiscal year 2027 due to some ongoing FPA negotiations and in an effort to work more effectively and provide the proper technical assistance needed. So Lorain County we will now do in fiscal year 2027, which we will start in the coming months, and then Lake County will be moved to fiscal year 2028. And then the schedule will move on from there with Cuyahoga County in fiscal year 2029 and Geauga in 2030. And so with that, our next steps, pending NOACA board approval, we will transmit copies of the resolution to the appropriate agencies and submit the updates to Ohio EPA for certification by the governor. And again, we are requesting that this item is recommended to the executive committee, and I will stand for any questions or discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. I'll make a motion to approve the Medina County 5-year FPA boundary and prescription update. Is there a second? Second by Mark Weaver. Mark Cunningham, sorry. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, that motion carries. Thank you.
Chair, Wadsworth abstains.
Wadsworth, thank you. Okay, presentation, discussion, future action items. Ed May?
Thank you. Okay, this presentation is going to cover item 7A1, and that is the 2028 to 2031 TIP development. It's an update focusing on the projects for NOACA-controlled funds. So we're not requesting any action here. This is just to present to this committee to update you regarding the development of the TIP with respect to the prioritization of potential projects to be funded with NOACA funds for state fiscal years 2028 through 2031 Transportation Improvement Program. We have presented the criteria and the methodology to evaluate qualifying projects to the advisory councils, subcommittees, and this committee. The TIP is the program of projects to be implemented using FHWA and FTA funds programmed over the next 4 years. It will be in effect from July 1 of calendar year 2027 through June 30th of calendar year 2031. It implements our long-range transportation plan, and it is developed in coordination with the statewide TIP. It contains ODOT, transit, and NOACA-funded projects, and we develop it every 2 years. It comprises the roadway and transportation alternatives elements. It includes projects funded with ODOT, district, major, and local federal funding programs, the statewide congestion mitigation and air quality program, and NOACA funding programs. It also includes the transit element, which is each transit agency's 4-year capital program. And then there are appendices that include public involvement procedures and required analysis regarding fiscal constraint and financial assessment and air quality conformity. So the TIP will include a program of projects to be funded with NOACA funding. NOACA historically is allocated approximately about $55 million, that being the $34 million in surface transportation block grant funds, $3.8 million in transportation alternatives program funding, and $4.2 million in carbon reduction program funding. That's about $52 million annually. Then we also have congestion mitigation and air quality program for projects approved for the statewide CMAQ program funds. However, the CMAQ funded projects are already determined through 2031 through that last round of CMAQ application in 2025. So we've made a lot of progress for evaluating the projects for NOACA funds in 28 through 2031. It employs the same data-driven methodology and criteria that for project evaluation and prioritization that's been used for the 26 to 29 TIP. It involved, this methodology involved 5 steps. The first step that we undertook at the staff level was to develop a potential project universe. The next step was screening those projects that were generated against WENEO priorities and established policies. And then the third step was coordination with our regional transportation agencies and all our communities, including all the 5 counties and the city of Cleveland. And then we filtered the top 25% of the transportation asset management projects, the preservation projects. All of this has been completed. What we're involved in now is the evaluating qualifying projects against the regional significance criteria and other considerations for project prioritization. So we had, with respect to developing the potential universe, we developed the segment needs through the NOACA Transportation Asset Management Program. We evaluated the bridge needs supporting various roadway and functional classification types. And then we had 208 enhancement needs, and this included bicycle and pedestrian facilities, transit roadway and intersection configurations, and safety and streetscapes. So that's what we're in the process of evaluating right now. So once we had developed that universe of projects, we coordinated with the communities and the local sponsors to review and receive input on that list of needs. I'm sorry, that we asked them to weigh in on, and with respect to the scope and the schedule and the budget, and recommend revisions as needed. We also held in-person meetings with the county engineers and the city of Cleveland, and that was in April and May. So then, following the coordination with sponsors, we got that universe of projects down to a more manageable number of qualifying projects. And the first action involved in this methodology was filtering the top 25% of the transportation asset management or preservation projects. And then we applied each county's respective percentage of the regional VMT, or vehicle miles traveled. And this gave us a representative, more manageable number of qualifying deficiencies for each county. And we sorted that by cost effectiveness within each county. We removed any roadway segments that had been done or were going to be done with other resources. And then to that, we added in the qualifying project types adopted by the board. And those were the congestion, safety, regionally significant projects, and so forth. So we're in the process of evaluating these roadway segments and bridges and transportation system enhancements against our regional significance and planning criteria. The projects are also being evaluated considering geographic fairness and whether they are located in federally defined areas of persistent poverty or NOACA-defined urban core or disadvantaged communities. Now, the schedule has been revised. The schedule is, so just the table shows the original schedule, and then the column on the far right is the revised development schedule. So staff will be presenting a final list of recommendations to this committee on October 9th at the Planning and Programming Committee, and then to the Executive Committee on November 13th. And we will present the recommended projects to the board on December 11th. And we will continue to evaluate these projects and present funding recommendations to the committees and board accordingly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ed. Anybody have any questions or comments for Ed? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Ed. Old business, is there any old business? No old business. New business. New business. No new business. Okay, I guess that wraps us up. Which one? State fiscal year? Oh, I'm sorry. So item number 8 there was the state fiscal year 2027 NOACA attributable funded project monitoring report. It's within your packet. If anybody has any questions. Mayor Gale.
I'm sorry to delay things. I do have one question on page 42. Hang on, let me find it again. NOACA's share was larger than the total cost in one of them. Which one was it? Line 7, Van Aken Boulevard resurfacing. NOACA's share is 1.6. Total cost is 1.3. I don't know if that's a typo or if they're reversed. Looks like NOACA's share was less than the total cost in all other cases. Mayor, would you check? On page 42, line number 7, or project number 7.
Yeah, I think I can
Ed, go ahead.
offer a possible explanation for that. When these projects are developing, one thing to keep in mind is NOACA makes a commitment of funding, whatever it may be. And in this case, it was 1.6 million. However, as the project goes through stage 1, stage 2, and they refine the cost, it's possible that the estimated cost has maybe been less. And that's what ODOT will incorporate into Ellis.
for their purposes. So the commitment of 1.6 million is still there. Ultimately, you'll note that this is, the plan package was filed with ODOT Central Office in March, so this is very close to sale. So that will play out at that point. But right now, that's the commitment that NOACA has made, the 1.6 million.
Thank you. And assumingly it would not get spent if it wasn't needed.
Correct. In all of the cases.
Doesn't
where
happen
we
often, I
have
know.
Provided funding and then the cost of the project comes in less, those funds do come back to NOACA for another project in that community.
Thank you.
Okay, any other further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'm going to make a motion to adjourn. All those in favor, or a motion seconded by Mayor Gale. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, that motion carries. Thank you and have a great weekend.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If a member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests, for the public, and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into a microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the button on top of them. First on our agenda, our approval of the minutes of April 10, 2026. Any corrections or additions? We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second? We have a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any abstentions? Any nays? Hearing none, it is unanimous. Now is time for public comment on agenda items only. Has anyone signed in to speak today? Hearing that no one has signed in, we will move on to the next agenda item, which is the Chair's and Executive Director's Report. Madam Galucci.
Good afternoon. Nothing specific. I think my microphone's been having trouble all day. But nothing specific, just say thank you for coming on a Friday afternoon in the summer. And all day I've been saying summer's half over, but I just realized it actually just has begun. It just feels like it's half over. So enjoy the rest of the summer. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. On to action items, starting with A, State Fiscal Year 2027 Overall Work Program Budget Amendment. Our presenter being Ms. Deb Wardell.
Good afternoon. I would like to present to this committee a State Fiscal Year 2027 OWP Budget Amendment. The action being requested is that the Finance and Audit Committee recommend this item to the Executive Committee for placement on the Board of Directors agenda at the September meeting. Previous action was approval by the NOACA Board in March of 2026. I apologize, there's a typo on that screen there. It should say March of 2026. With a total operating and capital budget of just over 25.6 million and a pass-through budget totaling 3.4 million. To provide some additional background information, it's standard practice that the Finance and Audit Committee approves periodic amendments to the OWP budget for all new projects or a change in scope, or if any significant increase or decrease to the original budget occurs. This proposed amendment accounts for a true-up of several revenue sources and some unanticipated rollover funds for committed priorities. The following slides will illustrate the breakdown of the request for the budget increase. Beginning with the budgeted revenue, the OCPG true-up, that is ODOT and FHWA, provide Ohio MPOs with an estimate of the Ohio Consolidated Planning Grant, or OCPG, in December each year. Then with the true-up, or what is the actual amount is provided in May. So this accounts for that true-up and impacts our budget by reducing it by $217,000. The next line refers to the crowdfunding that was originally part of the agreement for NOACA's contribution to a project that was totaling $60 million, and crowdfunding was a small portion of that. And it was recently determined that the crowdfunding revenue is no longer needed to meet the expenses of the project. So we're reducing the budget by $400,000. For the two NOACA Transportation for Livable Communities, or TLCI, planning studies, the public entities who are involved in those projects are swapping out a local contribution for an equal portion of the TLCI grant contribution, so that nets out to 0. And then returning to the Irishtown Bend project on the 5th line, the project agreement requires that 5% of the total funding is held for retainage to ensure that a punch list of construction items are completed. Therefore, $615,000 of the CRISA funds are being carried over into fiscal year '27. And then finally, there was a slight increase to an EPA grant, water quality grant funding of just over $31,000. After accounting for these adjustments, the budget reflects a total operating revenue increase of $28,738, which will then be spent on staff salaries and fringe benefits. The total adjustment to NOACA's fiscal year '27 OWP operating capital budget is $28,738, bringing the new total budget to $25,651,124. And then finally, we also have an adjustment to the federal pass-through budget. This is also part of the Irishtown Bend project, the second portion of the 5% retainage that's needed, and that's coming from STBG funding through MERAD. So pending board approval, NOACA staff will forward the revised state fiscal year 2027 OWP and budget to ODOT and federal agencies for approval. And finally, we are requesting that this state fiscal year 2027 OWP and budget amendment is recommended to the executive committee for placement on the September 2026 Board of Directors agenda. Thank you.
Very good. Do we have a motion to approve? We have a motion. Do we have a second? Excellent. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, it is unanimous. Our next action item, procurement, traffic count program contract extension. Presenter, Miss Lindy Burt.
Good afternoon. This item, the action requested is to recommend this item to the Executive Committee for placement on the September 2026 Board of Directors agenda. That is authorizing the Executive Director to execute contract extensions with Eggman Engineering and Southern Traffic Services. And previous action on this item, the original contract was approved by the board in June of '24. And a one-year extension was approved last year. So the purpose of the traffic count program is to calibrate and validate different modules of the travel forecasting model. And we collect and share this data with stakeholders. Then from July to August, we do the program planning and preparation. And then from late September to October, the counts are conducted. So the original contract was procured through an RFP process in 2024. We received 5 proposals and 2 vendors were selected because one was using a new methodology that we wanted to try out. So we contracted with both. So financial impacts of this is that we will extend the contract with each vendor for a 3rd and final year. And that would be in the amount of $100,000 each, resulting in a total financial impact of $200,000. And the source of funding on this contract is the OCPG grant program. So again, next steps pending board approval, NOACA would amend the contracts and proceed with services. So to recap, action requested, authorize the executive director to execute contract extensions with Eggman Engineering and Southern Traffic Services for provision of traffic count services for 1 more year.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to approve? Do we have a second? Any discussion?
Lindy, I'm just curious about that new technology. Has it been beneficial? I remember.
I was actually just asking one of our staff and he said it has, but I don't know, Derek, if you wanted to, if the chair allows, if you wanted to step up. Derek Taylor.
Absolutely. Mr. Taylor.
Yeah, so one of the consultants is using like artificial intelligence to help us classify the different vehicles on the road, and it's been very helpful in like the high speed highways to get different kinds of trucks and other types of vehicles, so.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? It is unanimous. On to our next item, the GCRTA TLCI project contract. Presenter, Miss Lindy Burt.
Thank you very much. So the action requested on this item is to authorize the executive director to enter into a contract with Nelson Nygaard in the amount not to exceed $125,000 to conduct a TLCI planning study. Previous action on this item, the planning study awards for the projects themselves were approved by the Board of Directors at the March 2026 meeting. So a little bit of background about the TLCI program, that is NOACA's Transportation for Livable Communities Initiative. And this program provides assistance to communities and public agencies for transportation and land use planning projects that strengthen community livability. The TLCI program has two components. One is for planning projects, and the other is for implementation or capital projects. So the contracts, this item and the next one that you're about to see, are for planning studies.
Thank you.
So project information, the applicant under this particular study is the Greater Cleveland Regional Transit Authority. And the study area for this project is up to 19 transit stations along the red, blue, and green lines of their rapid transit rail system. This next slide shows a map of the potential areas of study, which with each of those circled, the black dashed lines circling the stations. And I believe all of these are located throughout the city of Cleveland and a portion of East Cleveland as well. The goals of this planning study are to analyze and assess first last mile connections for transit stations in the study area. And then they would develop recommendations for improving the pedestrian and cyclist access to stations. And those recommendations would be comprised of near-term improvements that can be implemented within 5 years, and then long-term improvements that would be on a 20-year timeframe. The procurement process on this particular contract, we issued an RFP from April 10th to May 11th. We received 5 proposals in response, and those proposals were reviewed by NOACA staff and RTA staff as well. And then that group unanimously recommended Nelson Nygaard for award of contract. On this project, Nelson Nygaard will be subcontracting with MKSK for planning services and a firm called Seventh Hill on the stakeholder engagement. Again, the financial impact of this contract is $125,000, and the source of funding on this is the Surface Transportation Block Grant Program. So next steps, pending board approval in September, NOACA would then enter into a contract with Nelson Nygaard to move forward with the project. So to recap, the action being requested is to recommend this item to the executive committee for placement on the September 2026 board agenda. That again would be authorizing the executive director to enter into a contract with Nelson Nygaard in an amount not to exceed $125,000.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve? Do we have a second? Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. On to item 3, Mentor on the Lake TLCI project contract. Once again, presenter Miss Lindy Burt.
Thank you. So action being requested is similar to the last item, recommending this to the executive committee for placement on the September 2026 Board of Directors agenda. This would authorize the executive director to enter into a contract with American Structure Point Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $150,000 to conduct a TLCI planning study. Like the last item, again, previous action included those planning study awards that were approved by the Board of Directors at the March 2026 meeting. So project information on this one, again, the applicant, project owner is Mentor on the Lake, City of Mentor on the Lake. The study area for this project includes the city's multimodal transportation network, but focusing on the corridors of Andrews Road, Lakeshore Boulevard, and Salida Road. And this shows you a map prepared by City of Mentor on the Lake that highlights some of those routes. So the goals of this study are to improve the safety of multimodal travel along the main corridors, to strengthen connectivity between the community's public assets, to support economic development through safer, more welcoming streetscapes, to expand quality of life opportunities through improved transportation facilities, and to also consider how land use can better support multimodal transportation. So on this project, the focus will be on bicycle and pedestrian access along those corridors. The procurement process for this contract, we issued an RFP also from April 10th to May 11th. We received 3 proposals in response to that RFP, and those were reviewed by a team comprised of both NOACA staff and Mentor on the Lake representative. And that team unanimously recommended American Structure Point for award of contract. On this one, American Structure Point will be subcontracting with 3 MPH Planning and Consulting on the public engagement components of the project. So the financial impacts of this contract would be $150,000. And on this one, the city will be contributing a 10% local match of $15,000 toward the project costs. And similarly, the source of funding on this planning study is also surface transportation block grant funding. So next steps, pending board approval in September, that we will enter into a contract with American Structure Point and move forward with the project. So to recap, action being requested, recommend this item to the executive committee for placement on a September 2026 board agenda. That would be authorizing the executive director to enter into a contract with American Structure Point in an amount not to exceed $150,000.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to approve? Do we have a second? Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? It is unanimous. On to 4, Memorandum of Agreement for NOACA Audit. Presenter, Ms. Lindy Burt.
Okay, thank you. The action being requested on this item is that the Finance Committee approve execution of a memorandum of agreement between the Ohio Auditor of State, Zupka and Associates, and NOACA for annual financial audit services for a 5-year period. There's no prior action on this item. So a little background, each year NOACA undergoes a financial audit. In past audits, those past audits have been conducted by the Auditor of State themselves. But for this upcoming 5-year period, the Auditor of State has determined that an independent public accountant will conduct NOACA's audits. And again, that will be for 5 cycles. So our fiscal year 2026 through fiscal year 2030. And the reason that we're bringing this item to the Finance Committee is because this is a part of your duties under Section 6.7 of NOACA's Code of Regulations. You're responsible for selection of outside auditors. So the procurement process for this item was actually managed by the Auditor of State. They conducted a request for proposals and selected Zupka and Associates for award of contract. The MOA, as stated at the outset, is between the auditor, NOACA, and Zupka. But per the terms that were stated in the RFP managed by the Auditor of State, the principal client under this MOA is the Auditor of State. The financial impacts of this contract or memorandum of agreement, the total is $106,400, but that is spread across 5 years, and I show you the breakdown on the slide in front of you now. So next steps, pending approval by the Finance and Audit Committee, NOACA would enter into a memorandum of agreement with the Auditor of State and Zupka and Associates, and then we will commence immediately with our financial audit for the fiscal year 2026. So action being requested again is that the Finance and Audit Committee approve execution of a memorandum of agreement between Auditor of State, Zupka and Associates, and NOACA for annual financial audit services for a 5-year period.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to approve? Do we have a second? Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? It is likewise unanimous. On to item C, authorization to execute State Infrastructure Bank SIB loan documents. Item 1, Hilliard Road Ridge, introduction from Executive Director Grace Galucci and presenter Ed May.
So NOACA has used state infrastructure bank loans in the past to finance high dollar projects as well as to bundle projects to be done in order to be able to advance them on the schedule. The infrastructure bank loans are applied jointly between the project sponsor and NOACA. We pay 100% of the principal. So it's essentially that sponsor's allocation of the NOACA attributable funds paid over time. So we pay the principal and we pay 80% of the interest and fees. The project sponsor pays the match of 20% of the interest and fees. The State Infrastructure Bank has held over the last decade plus about $78 million for high-cost projects in the NOACA region. And as of 2026, that has been whittled down to about 14.4 million. We do know that the policy suggests that SIB loans for projects whose cost exceeds 25% of the annual fund allocation, or 12 million, is kind of the guideline. Also, the policy that the Finance Committee has put before us as staff is not to exceed 50% total of our allocation for the principal and interest or the debt service in any year. Again, we've brought balances well down. We now have the flexibility to take on some more. And this project is a very large project that we intend to pay with the SIB loan. Ed?
Oh, thank you, Director Galucci. The action being requested is for this committee to recommend to the executive committee that the executive director be authorized to execute loan-related documents for the Hilliard Road Bridge project for placement on the September 2026 Board of Directors agenda. Previous action, the NOACA Board of Directors adopted Resolution 2025-014 in March of 2025, approving the 2026 to 2029 Transportation Improvement Program, which included utilizing the State Infrastructure Bank to finance high-cost projects, inclusive of the Hilliard Road Bridge project. So authorized by the state legislature and created in 1996, the State Infrastructure Bank provides financing assistance to eligible project sponsors for the purpose of funding transportation facilities and projects. NOACA federal funds are eligible as a repayment source for the loan. The SIB loan program is a revolving loan program, so as repayments are made back into the program, they get applied for and redistributed back out. So as Director Galucci had alluded to, per the NOACA policy, the board may recommend a SIB loan for projects whose cost exceeds the 25% of the annual fund allocation, which would be repaid with future allocations of NOACA funds. So this helps to maintain fiscal balance and flexibility and enables high-cost projects to advance in the desired state fiscal year of implementation so as not to avoid delays and inflation and cost increases. Again, as was alluded to earlier, we have previously approved TIP projects that have been financed through the SIB loans. These are listed here, dating all the way back to 2014. They're the Bagley Pleasant Valley Road project, Vrooman Road, and then there was a project in the city of Cleveland along Harvard Road and West 150th Street, Lear-Nagel Road, the Tower City Bridges, Royalton Road, and then North Carpenter Road. These loans have all been paid in full. Currently, we have one active loan, and that's the Rockside Road Bridges, and that current balance is 14.4 million. And that was adopted, financing it through the SIB with Resolution 24018
adopted in March of 2024. That project was awarded in July of calendar year 2025. So the first SIB loan debt service payment will be debited a little later this month, or perhaps early August. So if we follow that current repayment schedule, that should all be paid off in July of calendar year 2036. Now, the Hilliard Road Bridge project is a major bridge replacement on Hilliard Road. This bridge is located over the Rocky River, Valley Parkway, and Cleveland Metro Parks in the cities of Lakewood and Rocky River. Work will also include approach pavement replacement and from Valley View Drive to I-90. It'll also include a mini roundabout at Riverside Drive and a new multi-use path and street lighting. Cuyahoga County also applied to the Bridge Investment Program and are requesting $28.3 million. However, USDOT isn't expected to announce that award if they get it until perhaps late fall or early winter of 2026. So the ODOT SIB procedure in the Ohio Attorney General's office requires a joint loan agreement between ODOT, the project sponsor, in this case is Cuyahoga County, and NOACA. The requirements include certified resolutions from each party authorizing the execution and the delivery of loan documents. With respect to financial impact, the total construction cost for this project is estimated at $66.3 million. And that includes $61.4 million for construction contract and $4.9 million for construction engineering. NOACA's current commitment of SDBG funds to this project is $12.5 million, and that was identified for a SIB loan in the 26 to 29 TIP. This cost estimate was approved in March of 2025. At that time, the construction cost was estimated a little higher, but it's now in the TIP for that price I quoted of $65 million, I think. Again, the current commitment is $12.5 million of SDBG funds. Now, the sponsor is requesting an additional $20 million for a grand total of $32.5 million, which would, in very rough terms, be about $2.3 million per year that we would be repaying over a 15-year period. So again, the $32.5 million would be advanced in 2028 and would be repaid with NOACA funds over a 15-year period, with the first year period being interest-free. And the first payment wouldn't be due until 19 months after the loan closing. So based on the project's current development schedule, we'd estimate that the first payment would be due probably in July of calendar year 2028 or fiscal year 29. Repayment schedule is biannual. ODOT will automatically deduct that funding from NOACA's annual allocation, again, roughly in January and July of each year. There is a prepayment penalty of 3% if that debt is repaid whole or in part within 36 months. So that's one thing to be mindful of. So the final maturity of this particular loan is estimated to be July 1st of calendar year 2020, or 2043 rather. Next steps would be, NOACA staff would work with the county to execute the SIB loan application, and loan-related documents will then be executed by the county and the executive director, Galucci. Again, we anticipate the project award for this project to be July of calendar year 2027. So with that, I would like to ask the Finance and Audit Committee for its recommendation to the Executive Committee for placement of this item on the Board of Directors agenda for September of 2026.
Do we have a motion? Do we have a second? Any discussion?
Yes.
Ed, what is the financial impact to NOACA related to this $32 million?
Well, if you spread it over that 15 or 16-year period, it's $2.3 million per year. So the county, Cuyahoga County, would be taking out of that $2.3 million per year out of that budget.
for the next 15 years.
But out of
Here.
NOACA funds,
I'm sorry, what was it?
what would the NOACA financial impact be for NOACA related funds?
Well, the loan that we would be repaying would be roughly 32.5 million
Okay.
over that period of time.
If I may, I think to add a little bit to your question and also to clarify something that was on that first slide. So on the first slide, it said that NOACA pays 100% of the SIB loan. That is situational, and it's usually because most projects that we fund are 80-20. But when you're doing a state infrastructure bank loan, because the projects are large, you're only borrowing for the amount that NOACA provides. So it's 100% of what NOACA provides, but the communities have already provided their 20%. So I think that kind of gets at the question you were, and to clarify that first slide. And in the case of this project, it's exactly that. If NOACA is only contributing 32 million, then the county is responsible for its local match of the remainder, which is about 50% in this case. Also, when we're looking at Lee Road, that would be the case as well, I believe. Is that right, Ed? That they also, well, we'll get to that one when we get to that one. We'll talk about that. And one more clarification, and Ed did say it, but I want to highlight it. When we are developing the the tip and specifically the allocations to the region or throughout the region within the counties and the city of Cleveland on NOACA attributable funding, we will never exceed in these SIB loans the amount that that jurisdiction is expected to get from NOACA during that process. So this would not, when we get to say year 10, it would be removed again from Cuyahoga County's allocation. And so they would not spend it on another project valued at 2.3 million. We would pay for the debt service. So it is an agreement with both the jurisdiction and NOACA about its funding.
So to put it in lay terms, everyone has their share, and this doesn't exceed Cuyahoga County's share of the SIB funding.
Correct. Or any funding of NOACA's, correct.
Thank you. So do we have a motion? We do have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion? Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? It is unanimous. Then on to.
I'm going to take a personal point of privilege and even ask Nicole English perhaps to acknowledge this. This is a project that absolutely must get done. We have been putting this off and putting this off for years. NOACA continually has been putting money into it, but the price keeps going up. So we did agree that the best route forward was to issue this large of a SIB loan, which would be the largest we've ever issued, but necessary and certainly within that time frame that is reasonable to be paid back.
Thanks, Grace. Yeah, we have been working closely with ODOT, the federal government, anyone to try to find money for this project. In around several years ago of the Bridge Investment Program at the federal level, we made it to the final round. We were told it was a very good project. We thought we were there and we didn't get the funding at the last minute. So I think we've exhausted all of our efforts. The bridge, if you've driven under it, currently has diapers on it. It's continuing to fall down. As far as the concrete, we're repairing it nonstop. And so it is really, even the repairs are reaching the end of their useful life, and we just had to move forward with the project. So we are continuing to exhaust other funding, and if it comes in, we will reduce the ask of NOACA. But I think all of the project partners got together and decided this really was our best bet moving forward to make sure that we have safe infrastructure for the West Side communities. So we appreciate NOACA's approach to working with us to get this done.
Thank you. So on to our next item, Romanet 2, Lee Road, presenter, Mr. Ed May.
Thank you.
This is very similar. I'm just going to kind of skip over a couple of slides that you've already seen. This is for the Lee Road project, civ loan. The action being requested here is for this committee to recommend to the executive committee that the executive director be authorized to execute loan-related documents for the Lee Road project for placement on the September 2026 Board of Directors agenda. I won't go through the previous action. It's the same as the previous one. Jumping right ahead to the project itself, this is the Lee Road in Cleveland. And it involves the rehabilitation of Lee Road going from Miles Avenue to Invermere Avenue in Cleveland. And will also include a road diet to add a multi-use path and signal modifications and removals, streetscaping, curb, sidewalk, and drainage improvements. As with the Hilliard Road Bridge project, the SIB procedure requires a joint loan agreement, in this case between the City of Cleveland and ODOT and NOACA, including certified resolutions from each party.
Mr. May?
Yes.
Just a point of privilege. I hate the term road diet.
Noted, thank you.
We mean we're shrinking the road. Roads don't eat.
I'll pass that on to the construction estimate for this project is actually 26.6 million. NOACA's current project commitment to this project is $10 million of SDBG, and that was approved in our 26 to 29 tip, where it was identified for this financing strategy. This would translate to probably about $940,000 per year for 10 years. So again, that would, $10 million would be advanced in fiscal year 2028, which is what their target year of construction is, and would be repaid with NOACA funds over a 10-year period, with the first year period being interest-free. The first payment wouldn't be due until that 19th month after the closing. So this one, based on their project development schedule, we estimate we'd be paying the first payment in July of calendar year 2029. Again, there's two takes each year in January and July, and there is a prepayment penalty of 3% if it's paid within 36 months. But the final maturity of this particular loan is estimated to be July of calendar year 2039. Again, the next steps would be that NOACA staff would work with the city to execute the SIB loan application to ODOT, and loan-related documents would then be executed by the City of Cleveland and the executive director. And the project, again, is anticipated to award a contract in May of calendar year 2028. Oh, I'm sorry, that's July. That's more like May, I'm sorry. With this, I'm asking the Finance and Audit Committee to recommend to the Executive Committee for placement on the Board of Directors agenda for September of 2026 to execute the SIB loan documents.
Do we have a motion to approve? Do we have a second? Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? It is unanimous. That brings us to Part D, Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund, Funding Recommendation, Cuyahoga Land Bank. Presenter, Mr. Jason Nauer.
Good afternoon. The action being requested today is that recommend this item to the Executive Committee for placement on the September 2026 Board of Directors agenda. And excuse me, this is a very wordy one. So the item is to approve $130,000 from the NOACA Vibrant Neo Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund to be allocated to the existing loan to the Cuyahoga County Land Reutilization Corp. For the remediation at the Lacey East 93rd Street site. Previous action, a loan for $208,000 was approved by the Board of Directors on December 13th of 2024. A little background on the site. The Cuyahoga County Land Reutilization Corp., or Cuyahoga Land Bank, owns the site and is working in partnership with the Site Readiness for Good Jobs Fund on the cleanup and redevelopment. So the site itself is in the southeast of Cleveland on East 93rd Street between Union and Kinsman. The site is vacant. It is 11.75 acres of land, and it was previously an aluminum foundry and later a RTA garage. The proposed reuse is manufacturing. And again, the original loan was for $208,000 for subsurface soil remediation. Cleanup activity started on December of last year, 2025. As part of the environmental assessment, there were concrete vaults that were identified at the eastern part of the site near East 93rd Street. When the land bank's contractor went into the concrete vaults, which were suspected to hold metal underground storage tanks, it was discovered that the concrete vaults were being used themselves as the underground storage tank. So that was an unexpected discovery. And so the land bank was working to address these USTs through the Ohio EPA's Voluntary Action Program in conformance with applicable regulations. Those regulations are the Bureau of Underground Storage Tank regulations, and the City of Cleveland's Fire Prevention Bureau is the delegated agency to administer those regulations. The land bank initially requested for closure in place, so to clean out the contaminated liquids and close the storage tanks completely. That was denied. So the land bank with their contractor worked on an alternative approach to completely remove the inner tanks, 3 and 2 that you can see in the graphic, and partially remove the final tank. The easternmost wall would remain as support for the right-of-way. Those tanks go, I believe, a couple of feet away from the sidewalk. So to completely remove would cause significant disruptance to the infrastructure. So the estimated cost for the proposed alternative remediation plan is approximately $100,000. The Cuyahoga Land Bank submitted an official request for $130,000 to implement the proposed partial removal. These activities are eligible per our U.S. EPA program officer, and the $130,000 does include contingency for further unexpected issues, and the anticipated completion date is December of this year, 2026. The Brownfield Steering Committee met on June 25th and voted to approve this recommendation. Currently, there are a little over $535,000 available for funding in the revolving loan fund. If approved, $130,000 will be encumbered and the loan agreement will be amended and signed by both parties. That would leave a little over $400,000 for future loans. And these loans are dispersed as reimbursement of eligible expenses. Next steps, this recommendation will be presented to the Vibrant Neo Board of Directors at its July 28th meeting. And pending NOACA board approval, the loan will be amended and funds encumbered. So again, the action being requested is to approve $130,000 from the NOACA Vibrant Neo Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund to be allocated to the existing loan to the Cuyahoga Land Bank for remediation at the Lacey East 93rd Street site.
Do we have a motion to approve? Do we have a second? Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? It is unanimous. This brings us to presentation discussion items. There are no future action items, but for information, the fourth quarter state fiscal year capital programs performance measures presented by Ms. Sarah White.
Good afternoon. I will be reviewing our fourth quarter state fiscal year 26 capital programs performance measures. Our state fiscal year ended at the June 30th, just last month. No action is requested, and we are just reviewing for information only. Previously, our performance measures were set in 2016 by the NOACA board. Just another look at our budgets from last state fiscal year. This is a breakdown of all of our funding programs, and we had a total allocation of $60.5 million in state fiscal year 26. We utilize these performance measures and targets to make informed decisions on our funding and to make sure we have optimal expenditure of our funds within a certain amount of time. We're also able to have more transparency. We do have two areas within the performance measures that we're looking at. So we're looking at indicators of program delivery, but also utilizing the funds. So in program delivery, our first is % on-time project implementation. So you can see here that we ended Q4 with 57%. For a year to date of 72%. This quarter, previous quarter, we had 4 of 7 projects delivered on time. The next measure under program delivery is program balance. So here we're looking at the total amount of funds set up for the final quarter, so Q4. Along the way in Q1, 2, and 3, we're looking at how our balances are looking and attempting to stay below 20%. You will note here we went quite above and beyond that for this year to date, but we are very excited about the amount of funding we were able to get out into the community. So this is one performance measure that unfortunately, though it wasn't 20%, we were still able to get a lot of funds out by advancing projects. So you can see here, we had around 59 million programmed in the last quarter out of the 155 for the whole year. Under fund utilization, we have 2 indicators. One is % of estimated accuracy. Here we're looking at the difference of our project estimate based on what the contract bid comes in at. This quarter we were over a little bit. We had a variance of negative 11%, but for year to date we were still very accurate with the project sponsors and looking at about a negative 6% variance. So of the 13 projects implemented or kicked off in Q4, the budget was 59 million and the total contracts came in at 52 million. And then lastly, under fund utilization, we have % of funds encumbered. This performance measure directly ties to the previous, here I'll just show you again, to this one, this performance measure. And although we had more funds going out at that time, we were able to get even more funds encumbered for this fiscal year than in the past 4 years. So we're very proud of that. And I just want to say that it really speaks to the work that our project sponsors have put in to advance these projects and working with NOACA and ODOT to ensure that these projects stay on time, and they're very vigilant with the project management and schedule. So We really appreciate the work that went into that. So for this fiscal year, we're now in Q1 of state fiscal year 27. We will continue to work with all of our project sponsors and keep those projects moving forward so that we can meet the performance measures for this fiscal year. Some of the tools we have to do that are advancing TIP projects, advancing future program debt service payments. And then also we will continue to engage with all of our sponsors more frequently through the process. And this is something we've really implemented over this state fiscal year in having quarterly check-ins with sponsors and ODOT and kickoff meetings with our sponsors. So we can be very upfront about the timing and the project management calendar. And that's all I have for
Thank
this
you.
presentation.
Any questions for our presenter? Hearing none, on to reports and updates, beginning with financial reports. Any updates there? Oh. All reports were included in the meeting packet. That's a relief. So unless someone has a particular desire to discuss any of the following, we will move on to old business. Any old business before the committee? Let me just share that I have some business that's about 250 years old or so. And I'd like to ask our executive director whether or not NOACA's board has had the opportunity yet to do a reading of the Declaration of Independence like so many public bodies.
We have not. I'm proud to say that I know some of the members of the board and of this committee had the opportunity to do so along with many others across the country, I think the day before yesterday. But no, the NOACA board has not.
So I would just submit it as a suggestion that perhaps the next board meeting should schedule a reading.
I think that's an excellent idea.
Thank you. On to new business. Is there any new business before the committee? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Do we have a second? Then we will take a vote. All in favor? Aye. Any abstentions? Any objections? No? Everyone wants to go home? We stand adjourned.